What's going on? How are we doing? All right. Let's see. My cutting the grass took a little longer than expected. That's okay though. Got the grass cut. And yeah, took a shower, ate some breakfast. We're good to go. We're rocking and rolling. We're rocking and a rolling, Baba Ran, bop, bop, Baba Ran. Oh boy. Well, we're going to continue doing with today what we did last time. Morning. Do you need me for the same spot? If you want to come, yeah, bro. Need is a strong word. We don't need you, but if you want to come and leech the XP, I mean, it's not much XP for you, I know. But if you want to come over, you are welcome to join us. It does help to have a little bit more DPS, but we can do it without you if you would like to do something else or if you are busy. Give you your buff to kill faster. Yeah. Your mage buff or your pet buff definitely helps. It's shocking how much damage that thing puts out. Last day of torture. We'll see. Nah, it's okay, man. I don't mind at all. You are always camping stuff for me, so I don't mind at all coming to camp stuff. It also gives us stuff to do, you know. I prefer to play the game together with people anyway. You have a job, you give up, you feel bad? Nah, don't feel bad about it. Don't feel bad about it. This is people helping people, man. It's a beautiful thing. Running just as fast as I can, holding on to one another's hand. Had to clean out my inventory. My inventory was getting rough. Getting rough, the crime dog. Pending friend requests. All right, let me see if I can get over onto Discord. Da, 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 da. Ye old Discord. All right. I'm curious. We got 270 people online right now. That's not too bad for 30 in the morning. Eastern time. That's not bad. Well, let me update my update anyway. Dang old Discord. Good morning. Curious how much of that is EU, like myself. I'm sure pretty low. I don't know. I feel like there's a decent amount of EU players. But yeah, I don't really know. Why is my computer using 100% CPU? What the heck? Learned about the game from Kungen, yeah. Yeah, he definitely likes this game. He plans to play it. From last I heard, he plans to play it for early access, but he didn't want to like spoil it too much. But he did level a necromancer in record time on one of the open playtests. I feel like he's one of the people that that will end up doing that. I ran past you in Sungri. Were you the one sitting by that campfire? The halfling? Sitting by the campfire? I saw somebody sitting there. Hello. That was you? Yeah. I saw you. It was a run by Crittling. Okay. Today we're going to sit up straight and we're going to drink lots of water. That's the goal of the day. Sit up straight, drink water. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see how long that lasts. I've noticed myself slouching and hunching over more and more lately. Yeah, it's not good. So I need to make sure to shoulders back, chin up. My goodness. Anybody take etiquette classes as a kid? I think there are probably a few people that come to this stream that are old enough to remember etiquette classes. They kind of stopped doing those. Need more of them? We definitely do need more of them. My goodness. I mean, I didn't really take an etiquette class, but I knew of them, and I was taught, that way. To sit up properly and all that kind of stuff, and just make eye contact when you speak to people, all that. I was definitely taught that as a kid. Some of it followed through. Some of it I continued to use. Some of it kind of went to the wayside. Do 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 do. Bow, bow, da, dow. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, let's all hope for a vest today. Ye old vests. I think today might be the day. I naturally slouch from being tall. Telling us a common thing for taller people to slouch in presence of others. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you're constantly, having to look down or acknowledge people that are slow, shorter than you. Good morning. Is it Pequinny? Hope you're doing well. Oh, it's raining in the desert. Ye old rain in the desert. My buddy and I have been trying to get the Highwayman Dwarf for a while for the bracer. Which bracer are you talking about? The Int bracer? Or a different bracer? Fighter one? Okay. I didn't realize there was a fighter bracer over here. Bum, ba, bum, bum. You feel yourself beginning to appear. Oh no. Where are you at, Isar? I think I'm getting pretty close. Is that a potion or an item? I just used the potion, the Invis potion. I wish I had an Invis item. That'd be awesome. Be freaking amazing. I don't know where everybody is. Here, we'll kill this guy. Maybe. Come here, buddy. You come here. I'm not on Criddle Listen? Oh. Oh, shoot. Well, shoot. Give me 1 second. There we go. Hello. How many named spawn up here in this area? At least 2. Nah, there's like 2 inside the cave where we're going. And then there's at least 1 more, like right out here in this area, where all these things are. Maybe it goes down here. I'm not really sure exactly how many. But there's at least 1 out here and at least 2 inside this cave. At the very, very minimum. Yeah, a lot of that is, yeah. Yeah, a lot of it wasn't itemized because we came up here in alpha and there were mobs up here, but we didn't get anything. And then, yeah, they may have added the name and stuff later. 2 in the caves, dwarf at the campfire of the first ledge you go past. There you go. And then I think there's another named right out here in this area too, in this, right outside this cave. How you doing? Any rumors for next deep dive? Nothing yet, Iruhini. Nothing that I know of yet. So we'll have to see. We will see what they do with that. I mean, I'm excited for it, but I'm also a bit pessimistic about it. They have 12 classes to go, guys. 12 classes. They've done 6 of 18 classes. Now, they did say that they were trying to do the ones that required the most work first, but I personally feel like Elementalist needs a lot of work. I feel like Bard needs a lot of work. I feel like Monk needs a lot of work. Ranger, I think, is going to be a pretty big change. People are speculating that Shadow Knight's going to be a pretty big change. If the ones that they've done so far are the big changes, then I don't know what the heck they're going to do these other classes. Time is very, very short. Yeah. 70 days. Yeah, 70 days. That's not much. It's taking a while for those deep dives, but we have to remember this is voluntary work. It is, but that's kind of the whole thing, right? Like, they want to be paid and no longer voluntary. They got to buckle down, man. I get it. I get that they're voluntary, but geez. You know? 2 to 3 weeks for one class is a lot. It's a lot. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. If I got access to tests, I can play this right now, or do I have to throw rupees at it? You could play it right now if you were to get access. You could download it and play it via friend code or via winning the Hunger Games. The Monsters and Memories opt-in Hunger Games. But yeah, like I don't want to disregard that it's a volunteer team, but at the same time, they keep saying, "Hey, we're a volunteer team." Okay, well then, I don't know. Stop biting off more than you can chew. You know, like I don't know what to say. Other than that. I feel like, you know, like some of these things with the classes, they could have not gone so hard into some of the changes that they made, which I feel like, and I mean, people are going to have different opinions on this, but I feel like they went a little hard in the changes, and some of them not necessarily for the better. You know, like they made drastic changes that were kind of unnecessary, and a little too much. But that's just my opinion. I mean, some people are going to be like, "No, I really like the changes to the wizard and the druid and the beastmaster and whatnot." I mean, I thought the beastmaster was good. I really like those changes. But yeah, some of the stuff they didn't necessarily need to go so hard in, you know. And make such drastic changes. That took a long time, right? But people are going to have different opinions on it, and that's okay. But I mean, I'm happy they're doing the stuff that they're doing, like, and they are working very hard on it, and I do appreciate that, because, you know, I'm loving this game. I really want it to be successful. We're getting better at breaking this camp. I'm learning how to hold aggro on multiple mobs a lot better. Although these are easy comparatively. I wouldn't be able to do this on higher level stuff. Fingers crossed Monk is next. Monk needs some work for sure. But yeah, like I was saying, they're trying to work on the stuff that needs the most work first. Or at least in their opinion, what needs the most work. And I'm sure our opinions are going to be different than their opinions. So, yeah, we'll have to see what they think, you know, where the monk is in relation to the other classes. Gonna miss Way of the Flame Dot though. That's yeah. The Way of the Flame Dot is nice if you abuse the dot plus the flopping, right? Dot feign death thing. Necro, I'm curious too. I mean, I'm not. I don't know. I think the Necro is going to end up being very similar to what it already is. I don't think it's going to change much, personally. What's up, Wes Morton? How you doing, bud? Yeah, I don't think the Necro is going to change much. I think they're probably, if anything, going to take away more from the Necro. It's going to just get nerfed, which a lot of people are going to be upset about. I think they're going to remove its ability, like its bubble ability. But I think they're going to end up making the Necro pet a lot stronger, which some people might be like, that's awesome. I'm a little afraid that they're going to make the pet too good. Same thing with the Elementalist pet. I think they're going to make it too good. Like the Beastmaster right now, if based on, like, because the only pet class we've seen so far is the Beastmaster. They didn't make the Beastmaster pets a lot stronger. They made them a little bit stronger because they added in some abilities to them, like the tank abilities and the slow ability of the Wasp, which is definitely very strong. It's on the strong side. But we'll have to see what they do with it, because like they could make the pets overly powerful, which will break the classes. It'll make those classes way too good. But then they could also make the pets absolute garbage and make them to where they're worthless. So we'll have to see. It's definitely going to be a thing. I like a Barbarian or Berserker, big two-handed melee slammer. That I think a lot of people like that, and that's what they were trying to do with the Beastmaster. I think they fell short on that, personally, but that's what they're trying to do with the Beastmaster. Like, I think that they should give a class, just give somebody one-handed weapons and two-handed weapons. Don't give them dual wield, but give them double attack. And maybe even give them triple attack, but they only can use one weapon at a time. And they don't have any shields they can use. Make them like where they could use a buckler if they wanted to, or something small, like make the class use small shields if they wanted to use a shield and a one-hander, but kind of push them into that two-handed. I think it'd be a really cool class. But yeah, we have 18 classes right now. They just don't need it. So, I don't know. I feel like I wish they would take away, like, personally, this is just me speaking, people are going to probably be like, oh my God, don't take that away. I think we could take away either the Archer or the Spellblade, and replace it with a good two-handed melee. And then the Ranger, I would say take the Ranger, turn it into more of a ranged class where they use their bow and arrow more, and then take away the Archer, and instead of the Archer have a two-handed leather-wearing bruiser class. That I think would have fit the theme a little bit better, like a Berserker or something. That way I think would fit better. I just don't. I'm still not seeing, the difference between a Ranger and an Archer, other than Ranger is melee and Archer is ranged. Once they do the deep dive for the Ranger, I feel like they're just going to be a melee version of the same class almost. But that's just me. I mean, they could completely change it and make it better. So, yeah, we'll see. Like Enchanter. What about Enchanter? Like the Necromancer and Enchanter? I think the Enchanter is also going to get nerfed with Charm. I think Charm is going to get a pretty big nerf bat. We'll see. But it needs it. because it's clearly overshadowing other classes. So we'll see. Most work doesn't necessarily mean most done by class. I think it means most to look at and alter in class mob interactions. First change were Archer, Wizard, Spellblade, Rogue, all DPS while doing TTK. Yeah, what they mean by most work, from my understanding, is fundamental changes to the class and new systems being put in. So think about it that way. You have the Archer, they added in the tinkering system. The Rogue, they added in the poison system. The Wizard, they added in the glyph system. The Druids, they added in the seasons. So that's what I think they mean when they say most work. It doesn't necessarily mean most tweaks to the class. It means that they have to actually add in a whole new system for that class to function properly. The Beastmaster, they changed they went into every one of the different beasts in the game and added in a third ability for all of them to make them a DPS, a balanced, or a tank beasts type of class, which clearly they did not do a good job on balancing those at all, because the DPS beasts are in fact the best beast because they kill a monster faster, they take the least amount of damage when they do it, so they're just the best one to use, and they have the most aggro, the most threat. So the DPS beasts are all around the best beast. There's no reason to use a tank beast or a balanced beast. So they weren't balanced when it comes to that. So they just need to do. There's a lot of things that they need to continue to do. I'd love for the Bard to be worked on next. I have a feeling it will be the last class they work on because it seems the most complicated. I think they're doing the opposite of that, Sir Larkin. They're trying, like, the ones that are more complicated that need the bigger changes. They're doing those first. So, like, if they were going to do a melody system for the Bard, it probably would have been one of the first. So because it wasn't one of the first 6, I'm going to say the melody system is probably not happening. Sean is very much against the melody system anyway, so it probably wouldn't have happened either way. But yeah, like that's. I think one of the last classes is probably going to be Fighter. Honestly, because it's just a simple class. They're just going to tweak some of the abilities on it. Maybe add a couple of abilities, take away a couple of abilities, and that's about all they're going to do in the Fighter. I don't think it's going to be tweaked that much. I think the Monk is probably also going to be one of the last. It needs it one of the most, I think, but I think it's going to be one of the last because they're just going to take away the elemental abilities from the Monk and then add in other Monk abilities. I don't know what they'll be. Hopefully like a hamstring kind of ability or a knockback ability or more stuns, more interrupts, things like that. But yeah, we'll have to see what they do with it. I don't think it's going to be a huge overhaul where they're going to have to like create new systems or anything like that for it. Need a mob drag ability? Yeah, something like that. Like a mob pull. Yeah, like a pull ability for the Monk could be kind of cool. I'm willing to bet they're going to look at mob's ability to hit plus tanks plus heals next. They need to, Westmore. I agree. They need to get the armor class bug or the armor class formula fixed because the formula right now is broken and it doesn't mitigate all of the damage. It only mitigates the base damage that a monster does, which is why agility right now is so strong, is because armor class is broken. That's literally the reason. So people are like, oh, agility, everybody go agility. Monks can tank because of agility and all of that. It's just because armor class is broken, so a tank going high agility is the best mitigation because it prevents damage. So it's overall the best. But once they fix the mitigation, then yeah, your tanks that are wearing plate armor and have high agility are going to be far better. So I think they should make the Ranger go 2 ways. At level 20, you decide if you go Archer or Melee. Yeah, that's something that, a lot of people would like to see, Big Show. I'm not necessarily against that. I think that it's a cool idea, But that's kind of, I'm going to say the word, it's wowifying the game, right? It's making a class, it's making one class be able to go two different directions. And some people aren't going to like that. So I don't disagree with you. I think that it would be really cool if the ranger, instead of having a ranger and an archer, just having a ranger that can be melee or ranged would have probably been the better way to go. Then that was one less class that they had to deal with. But, yeah. Regardless how it all ends up, I want top tier DPS, bow DPS class. So you want the archer to be top tier DPS class? I think it will be. I don't know if it's going to be the top tier DPS class, but I think the archer will end up definitely higher up on that DPS than a lot of other classes will. So I think you're going to be good. Enchanter would not get many changes. That's what I meant. Oh, Enchanter won't get many changes? Yeah. I don't think Enchanter is going to get a lot of changes other than Charm. I think the Enchanter is going to basically stay the exact same as it is. I don't think it's an overpowered class. If you were to nerf Charm, I think it's a perfectly balanced class, to be honest, or pretty close to balanced, because it doesn't do crazy damage, but it can do some damage, and it's not supposed to do crazy damage. So that's, that's one thing about the Enchanter. It's meant to be a crowd control class and a buff class. So yeah, I think it's going to end up being good. What makes Monk need changes? It's not. It's just not a very thematic class or something. I found Monks to be strong. So they're changing every class. The main reason they're changing every class is because most classes in this game were copy paste EverQuest, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm going to assume that they got tired of hearing that this is just EverQuest, and it's just a copy-paste of EverQuest. So I think they're trying to get away from that, and they're trying to make their classes more unique, which I applaud. I am very much happy with. I hope that they continue that. Salt Glass Knuckles. Garbage. But yeah, like I'm glad that they're doing that and getting away from the EverQuest-ishness. Like the combat style, the gameplay loop, all of that kind of stuff is very much like EverQuest. But every class doesn't need to be a copy-paste of EverQuest. Shadow Knight being a Necromancer fighter, Paladin being a Cleric fighter, a Cleric literally being the only class that can res, and it's just like, it literally was just EverQuest copied, right? That was 100% what they did. Like, it was very clear. And then they added in a couple new classes, the Archer, the Spellblade, and the Inquisitor. So, yeah. By their description, I honestly thought SK would come first. Yeah, I don't think SK is changing as much as people think it is. It's just going to be how you obtain the abilities. Why try and reinvent the wheel? Didn't EQ original do all the class balancing for 26 years ago? Just tweak the new tunes and work on the rest of the game, graphics, zones, etc. I mean, yeah, Jeff, I get where you're coming from, and I say the same thing sometimes. Like, there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. It's like improve on the wheel. We have the wheel. It's a perfect design. Now let's just add tread to it. Add, like, reinforce the spokes. Widen the tires if you need to. Whatever. Reinforce the wheel. Make it better. Make it a better wheel. That's my preference as well. But I do think that the classes needed to change some. Like, the literal copy and paste of the classes was bad. Like, when you have a special, like the Necromancer is probably the biggest copy and paste there was. It literally has dots. It's got life taps. It's got feigned death. It's got a skeleton pet. It's literally the exact same thing as an EverQuest one. They could say, okay, the Necromancer is a class that we want to have. But how can we change the Necromancer and make it a different theme, a different, still a Necromancer, but make it play differently? And I think that's what they are attempting to do now, which I think is a good idea. Archers I've seen feel strong. Yeah, archers are very strong. Yeah, they're strong. I hate the way kick mechanics work against caster classes. Why are you unable to utilize the same spell school for 4 seconds of PvE? Yeah, I mean, I get that. Westmore. It's just an interrupt. I guess they wanted to limit the power of kick. So, just to explain what Westmore's talking about for those that don't know. When you kick, you swiftly click your target, interrupting their casting and preventing them from casting spells from the same school for 4 seconds. So basically, you can interrupt your target when they're casting a spell, and they can't cast the same spell again, or spells from the same school. So if it was a evocation spell, they can't cast another evocation spell, which, like most direct damage spells, are evocation. If they were to change that and remove the same school part, it would just interrupt and then prevent them from casting all spells for 4 seconds. They might have done that for balance reasons, just so like they can then still cast another spell. They might have done it for game mechanic reasons because it could mess up the spell casting order. Because if you actually look at it, if you go up to an enemy that you're fighting constantly and look at what they cast, they always cast the spells like in the same order, the same priority, right? So they'll have like 4 different spells that they cast, and then they cast this one first. Then they'll cast this one, then they'll cast this one, then they'll cast this one, and then they'll go back up to this one, then this one, then this one, this one. They almost always do it in the same order. There are some triggers to that, like when they get low on health, they might cast a special or a certain spell, or if you try to run away from them and you get too far of a distance, they might cast a certain spell. But for the most part, they cast in a specific order, like all the time, just constantly. And then it's based on mana. They try to cast this spell. If they can't, then they cast this spell if they don't have enough mana. So like the logic there is actually very simple. And that might be why they did it. I'm just guessing and speculating here. I have no idea why they actually did it. I think they taking away some of the general utility of Enchanter. Do you think stripping away the general utility from a lot of these classes is a good idea? It bothers me. I think that, yes, in some ways it is good to strip away some of the general utility. The reason is because there was too much overlap in the general utility of some of these classes. Like we had Druid, Shaman, Ranger, and Beastmaster all casting Speed of the Wild, right? It doesn't feel special when you have more classes doing the same thing. I personally feel like 4 is not too much. I feel like one class doing one ability and being like the Paladin having Mark of the Crusader and being the only class that can do that is not enough. But then I feel like if you get, 6 or 7 classes doing the same abilities, that's too many classes overlapping. So they need to minimize that. I think 2 to 3 classes doing the same ability is the sweet spot. 4 classes is the absolute maximum. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I think they're kind of going that same route, is they're saying, well, we want to make classes feel special. So if we give every single person in the game, every class in the game, the ability to cast Mesmerize, then why would you need an Enchanter, right? What's the purpose of the Enchanter? So I think they're doing that. They're still making it, though, where like 3 or 4 classes can do one thing. Like you're going to have, for example, a wizard, Enchanter is the best CC class with Mesmerize. Bard can also CC. Inquisitor can also CC. And then you also have the Necromancer can CC Undead. So now you have 4 classes that can CC. One of them is clearly the best at it. Then you have the Bard, who is slightly less than that, a little bit under them as far as their CC capabilities. Actually, I would say the Inquisitor is probably slightly under the Enchanter, and then Bard maybe a little bit under the Inquisitor, give or take. And then you have the Necromancer, who is the most limited in CC because it's exclusive to Undead. So then you still have 4 classes that can do that ability. And then you also even have rogues that can kind of sap for a limited time and things like that. So I think that's what they're trying to do, is say every class has a main big thing that they can do really, really well that no one else can touch them on. But other classes can also do that thing to a lesser extent. And I think every class is going to get that same treatment eventually. So we'll see what they do with it. And I think a lot of that's going to, like, the hybrid classes are going to be the hardest ones to feel that way with. So, yeah. Anyway, that's my... Inquisitor's far better CC than Bard. It probably is, yeah. Because they can, they have AoE stuns, they have regular stuns, they can mez basically like an enchanter can. So yeah, it's basically, enchanter, Inquisitor, Bard, Necromancer, Rogue, that can do it. And I think that's the reason for it. Agree or disagree with it, that's up to you, but I think that's the reasoning. For me right now, I want what I want right now. Yeah. In all seriousness, though, I'm tired of waiting for all these classes. I'm just being, yeah. I get you. I get you, Westmore. I am too. I come across very negative sometimes and very critical of the game sometimes, and it's just because we're all Veruca Salt, right? I want it and I want it now. Or is that it's my money and I want it now? I don't know. Veruca Salt's the one that was like the super rich girl from Willy Wonka, right? Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. Necro being changed, and do we know what changes are coming? The Necro is going to be changed. I can give you some of those changes that I know of that are going to be coming, but I don't know exactly how they're going to change it or what they're going to change. So for the Necromancer, my speculation is that they're going to take away a few of its abilities, because it just has too many things that it can do really well. So I feel like a few of the things are going to get taken away. What those things are, I'm not 100% sure. My imagination says that it's going to be things like their immune bubble. Like a Necromancer doesn't need to become immune. Like, what's the point? Why does it have the ability to be immune? Doesn't need it. But that's just me. Maybe they'll leave it in. Another thing that they're definitely going to change, though, is how the pet, how the Necromancer interacts with their pet. They're going to be having ability to buff their pet through spells, like maybe temporary buffs. I imagine it's going to be something along the lines of like a normal class would be able to, like I can cast defense, for example. I can cast this on myself and reduce damage by 40% for 30 seconds. I feel like they're going to get Necromancer spells to cast on their pet to temporarily boost their pet's effectiveness, be it maybe their damage or their ability to tank or whatever it may be. I think that's what they're going to end up getting out of that. But other than that, I don't really know. Kick to Enchanter is the annoying thing. You lose the ability to AoE Mez, AoE stun if you have a bad lull on pull. This kick mechanic gets you killed. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Enchanters are not meant to be pullers. That's not their role, right? They are supposed to be crowd control when a pull goes bad. So let's say your monk is the puller, and a monk pulls 3 mobs to your group. Then the enchanter would mez those 3 mobs. They shouldn't get kicked because they should be far enough away from all 3 of those mobs that they don't have aggro on them. So it's more about how you play the enchanter more so than the ability itself. So like I don't know. I don't feel bad that if an enchanter is out there trying to pull because they think, hey, this is just EverQuest and enchanters are great pullers, well, rethink that. Just because they were good pullers in EverQuest doesn't mean they're going to be good pullers in Monsters and Memories. People keep gravitating towards the Bard being the best puller. Bards are not the best pullers. They're actually, in fact, very bad pullers compared to a monk, right? Compared to some other classes, they're not great. But they do it better than some other classes, but they're not amazing at it, which they were in EverQuest because they had one ability, the Fading Memories. That was a huge ability to allow bards to pull in EverQuest. They don't have that ability here, so they're not the best pullers. So anyway, I don't feel bad for enchanters. Like, enchanters shouldn't be pullers, period. Like, they're a crowd control class, they're a buff class, they're a debuff class. They have a pet that they can send in for some damage. They can drain mana. They can do a lot of other things. They don't need to be pulling. They can, sure, anybody can pull. I mean, I could run into a room and tag some monsters and bring them all in. I just pulled them all, but a fighter shouldn't be pulling either. Not until once the room is broken, then anybody can pull. But that's how, in my opinion, it should be. Druid is OP. I agree. Good morning. How you doing, Caliber? How much money do you have? How much money, like coin? I don't have that much on this character. I only have 82 gold on this character. I've got probably 1.5 platinum on my wizard because I soloed almost exclusively on my wizard, so he has more money. But I also don't sell. I don't buy, sell, trade, and do all that kind of stuff. I give away most of my stuff. So if you sell stuff, you could make a lot more. Some of us are Augustus Gloop. Greedy buttheads, yes. Some of us are. Weary Bard, how you doing? Good morning. Necropet is so weak. It is, yeah. Dots need a buff as well. I agree with both of those things, Caliber. The Necropet, though, isn't meant to be a tank. So I feel like a lot of people look at the Necropet and they're like, oh, it can't take any hits. It takes like, a few hits and it dies immediately. It's not meant to take hits. It's not meant to tank. It's just not. Maybe the zombie or the ghoul pet might be a better tank pet. And maybe those are meant to take some hits a little bit better. But the skeleton pet, which is what most people use, is supposed to be the DPS pet, and it's supposed to just hit things. It's not supposed to be taking hits. So again, like, I don't feel bad when these elementalists or necromancers are like, man, my pet can't tank for me. Okay, it's not supposed to. If your pet can tank well for you, like a tank can, then it replaces all 4 of the tanks. I would much rather have an elementalist with an earth pet in my party than a tank. Just like right now, I would rather have a shaman or druid in my party over a cleric because they can heal just as well and they can do damage at the same time, whereas the cleric is just a better healer, but you don't need the better healing right now. Like, it's just unnecessary. So people are always going to gravitate to the class that can do the most. And if a pet class can be a tank and a DPS at the same time, then people are only going to use those pet classes, and it's going to take away from other classes. So that's the problem with it. 877 cash now. It's my money and I want it now. Is that what it is, Aiden? Is that the thing I was quoting? I remember like the woman opening the windows and being like opening the windows and just being like, it's my money. Or is that the my eyes? I don't know. I get all those commercials mixed up. Are you still playing Save the World? Oh, no, Gig'em Boy. No. I have not played Save the World in years. I have completely stopped playing that game. I'm mostly exclusively playing Monsters and Memories right now. I do want to play some other games. Made a Baby Shaman, loving it. Maybe even more than the Druid. Shaman right now is very strong. I would say the Shaman and Druid are 2 of the strongest classes in the game. They have nukes like a wizard. They have heals good enough to sustain in a group. I wouldn't say like a cleric, but their heals are definitely plenty. They don't need more heals than what they have. They have a lot of utility. Both classes do. I mean, they're both insanely good. You're still at this camp? Yeah, we haven't gotten the vest. So we're going to do this camp again today because we have not gotten the vest. This is day number 3. We're at like 20-something hours here. I don't know. Vora was keeping track of the time. We're at 20-something hours here, though. It's crazy. We haven't seen the vest. Pretty sure Earth Pets are supposed to be able to at least tank for the Elementalists to solo. So, Zakar, yes, kind of. But the issue there is, think of it in a couple different ways. If they make the Earth Pet as good a tank as a regular tank, then you wouldn't want a regular tank in your party, because then you have the Earth Pet tanking, and then also the direct damage of and the utility of the Elementalist, right? So an Earth Pet being a better tank than the Air Pet, Water Pet, or Fire Pet, sure, that makes sense. But if they make the Earth Pet too strong, then it becomes a problem. So they need to take the Earth Pet, and part of the problem is they don't really differentiate the pets very well right now. But if they gave the Earth Pet 50% more health, but it does 50% less damage, or if they gave it 50% more armor, but it does 50% less damage than the other pets, then it's balanced and it makes sense, right? But they would have to actually do that. And then it would be the Earth Pet is supposed to tank while the Elementalist nukes down. But what we've seen happen with the Beastmaster is the tank pets, they take a little bit less damage per hit, but then the fights take significantly longer to do because they're doing less damage. So because of that, the tank pets are actually worse than the DPS pets. So that's what's going to end up happening with the Elementalist pets. If you have a tank pet and it's supposed to be meant to solo with, right? I personally don't. I don't think that way, but a lot of people do. So I'm trying to explain it in that way. Then you see where the problem is, though, right? Like it's really hard to explain, but that's where the problem is. The way I look at it is the Earth Pet should be a temporary off-tank type of pet, where it has an ability to where if you accidentally pull 3 mobs and you don't have an enchanter to CC, then the Elementalist can pop out their Earth Pet, send it on a mob to off-tank it temporarily while you deal with the other 2 mobs. That is my interpretation of how an Earth Pet should be used, because it is not, in fact, a tank, but it can temporarily off-tank if you accidentally get too many in a group. But if it can replace a tank completely, where you can just have it, you can just heal the Earth Pet, and it becomes your group tank, then it replaces classes in your party, and that's a bad thing. Like, nobody's going to want to be like, oh, well, I'm playing one of the 4 tanks, and you go up to a group that's 5 classes, and one of them happens to be an Elementalist, and you're like, hey, you guys need a tank? They're like, nope, we have an Elementalist, we're good. Like, so now an Elementalist can completely fill the role of a tank or a DPS, and that's where the problem comes in. So they got to be careful with how they do it. But the idea is, yes, that they're supposed to use an Earth Pet as their solo tank pet, but they won't. I can guarantee you they won't, because TTK is more important than the ability of your Earth Pet to be able to tank. TTK is always the most important thing. Always. If you can kill something faster, you take less damage. I mean, it's pretty simple. So, anyway, that's just my take on it. Other people can agree, disagree, whatever. J.G. Wentworth, yep. Save the World, it's the forbidden text. No, I don't mind Save the World. It's just that they ruined that game. That was the opera commercial for them. Big guy in the Viking helmet. Yeah. How about Monster Hunter Wilds? I did play Monster Hunter Wilds a lot, Gig'em Boy. I played it a lot when it first came out, the first week or 2 when it was out. I like Monster Hunter Wilds. It's fun. They always come from window and shouted that out. They did, yeah. They just opened it up. That's my money and I want it now. And you're like, shut up. Get out of the window. I get that this vest is currently a BIS item, but as it's a sub 60 camp, I can't imagine it'll be BIS in the long term. This might be a bit overkill on rarity. I agree with you, Italica, that, yeah, it's probably a bit overkill on rarity. This is literally what I've been saying to the devs for a long time. The lower level content should not have super ultra mega rare items that people want to camp, because it's going to end up like this, where you have level 60s going back and doing content that is way below their level to get the BIS items, and then it's going to take away that content from people that are trying to XP and trying to just get gear for their level, and it definitely makes it not fun. So that's part of the reason why we're doing this, is to kind of show how long it takes to camp some items in the game. It can take forever to get some of these, like super long time. And it's, yeah, not good. I think it's overkill long term or not. Yeah. Those are players on the back of the room. Oh, these right here? Yeah, these are all players. Yeah. Gith and Vor, and then Burl back here. Sorry, I'm a noob. Every time I join your stream, it looks like a replay. It's always this room. Well, the last couple days it's been this room because this is all we're doing. But it's not a replay. I promise we do different things. It's just the last 3 days or last 2 days we've been doing this. So if you came in the last 2 days for the first time, this is probably all you've seen. But there's a lot more to the game. I'm just helping somebody camp something. Wait until they add the 24-hour name spawns. They already have them. Dream. They already have them. They actually, in fact, they have name spawns that only spawn at night. So every 72 hours. Some of them only spawn during a full moon. And that only happens, you actually literally look up in the sky and there's 3 moons in the game. There are days of the month, real life days, that mob literally cannot spawn because there are no full moons. There's a calendar. There's actually a celestial calendar. What do they call it? A lunar calendar. There's actually a lunar calendar for this game, and it goes up to 31 days. So, and they're real life days. So the first day of the month. So if you do slash time. All right, we'll pull this up. If you do slash time, you can see right here. The date is Crivenden, the 23rd of midsummer in the year 608 after Reformation. It is summer. So this right here is the 23rd. Today is the 23rd of June. So Crivenden, 23rd of... You see what I'm saying? Like, it's literally... It correlates to real life days. So on the 23rd, if I look at my... I'll look at it real quickly. So without even looking at the moon in game, the 23rd, you're going to have a full yellow moon, a half blue moon, and a half like white moon, right? Those are going to be your moons. I could literally go outside this cave. I can't right now because there's going to be monsters. During nighttime, and you will see a yellow full moon, a half blue moon, and a half white moon. The largest moon being the white one, the medium moon being the blue one, and the smallest moon being the yellow one. So based on that, I know, because there's one full moon, the mob that requires a full moon can spawn today if I go and camp it. But it won't necessarily spawn today. It just can spawn today. There's also a mob in the game that will only spawn at night. So once every 72 minutes, real life minutes, it'll spawn. It only spawns at night at 9 p.m. when it's raining. Very specifically. So if it's not raining in the game, it won't spawn. If it's not nighttime, it won't spawn. It has to be 9 p.m. in-game time and raining, and it'll spawn. Like, there's a lot of little things like that throughout the game, and you gotta kind of piece them together. So it's, yeah, definitely, they definitely have some of those weird things. Maybe it's different at high levels, but I have 22 Beastmaster, and the pet can't hold aggro over DPS classes, going full damage. Good for solo, because you can manage your aggro, but groups aren't slowing DPS for the pet. Groups won't slow DPS for the pet, and that's a good thing, right? That, I think, is a very good thing. I don't think that pets should be tanks, and that might be how they differentiate it, right? That might be how they change things and say a pet is not going to be a good group tank because it can't hold aggro against other DPS classes. But for solo, if you send in a Beastmaster pet, specifically the Wasp, my Beastmaster's level 29, so I take my Wasp, I send it in until it gets 2 provokes. So I send it in, it gets 1 provoke immediately. 10 seconds later, it gets its 2nd provoke. And then I go and I attack it with my Beastmaster, and it maintains aggro. So if you let it get 10 seconds worth of attacking, then my Wasp holds aggro against me. But most DPS classes are not going to do that. They're going to go, oh, mob's here, I'm going to DPS it. So that could be how they make it to where tanks are able to hold aggro better than a pet. And that could be a way that they make sure that pets aren't tanking for groups. So there's ways that they could do it. They just got to be careful with how they do it. What a lovely waste of time game mechanic that adds nothing to your gameplay. Which one? You talking about the spawns and everything? It adds to some people's gameplay. Some people like to have the lore and the theme and all that kind of stuff. That's more important than just running around slaughtering monsters, right? To some people. So it just depends on what you prefer. The question is the rain on a timer? The rain is not on a timer. No, it's just random. So it could literally not spawn for days if it doesn't rain at 9 p.m. It just, like, rain randomly happens at different intervals. So, like, every 6 seconds or every couple minutes or something, it might check. Is it raining? Do I want it to rain? You know, is it raining? Yes, no. And then if no, do I want it to continue raining or do I want it to stop? How long has it been raining? Stuff like that. That's what's checked. That's basically my understanding of how it works. So it might be, I don't know the exact timers, right? But let's say that every 60 seconds, the game says, is it raining? Yes, no. If yes, then how long has it been raining? And then if it's been 15 minutes, it stops. 15 real life minutes. If it's been less than 15 minutes, it might say, do we want it to continue? It's been 10 minutes. Do we want it to continue? Yes, no. You know, or if it's been 5 minutes, or is it raining? No. Do we want it to start raining? When's the last time that it did rain? Has it rained in the last hour? Yes, no. Okay, that's basically how the rain system works in this game. It to me, from my understanding, is it's not like some crazy algorithm that, you know, it's just literally checks a couple of boxes and then it makes it rain or not rain, continue to rain or stop raining or whatever based on those boxes that it ticks. It's very basic. At least from what I can tell, it's very basic. How did people discover that? Well, in fact, Dreamweb, a friend of mine, figured out the mob spawns at night while it's raining. He might have been the first person to figure that out. I think he was, because I don't know anybody. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't know of anybody that figured it out before him. I think some people were able to figure out that the mob spawns there before him. They just didn't know what the trigger mechanic was. But here's how he figured it out. I'll explain it because it's kind of a neat little story. So a buddy of mine was out camping some mobs, trying to figure out a quest. This particular quest that requires this mob. He was trying to figure out the quest line. He found that mob because he just spent a lot of time in the area. And the mob's name has Dark Rain in it. Its last name is literally Dark Rain. So once he figured out, oh, its name is Dark Rain? And then he thought, well, it's dark when I killed it. was it raining when I killed it? And he kind of just started putting it together. So he decided to look into it and test it. And it ended up being it has to be dark outside and it has to be raining outside at the same time. Dark rain. So that's how they figured it out. The Fae for the Glinting Hollow Keys is between 2 and 3 a.m. in game. So once every 72 minutes. Yes, it's actually it's in the exact timer. It's 2 a.m. for the one at the Druid Rings, and it is 3 a.m. for the one not at the Druid Rings. The other one that's at the other location, if you know what I'm talking about. So they are on an exact timer every 72 minutes exactly. I timed it myself, so that's how I know those. Somebody else told me it was around that time. I double checked, and it's literally 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. There's a lot of stuff like that in this game, guys. So, like, if you're killing something, for example, we're killing this mob here, right? And we're not getting this vest over and over and over and over. There could be something to that. There could literally be he only wears the vest every third Tuesday, right? I don't know. So we may not see this vest for a long time, depending on once you figure it out, you can then go and camp the vest. So that might be what this spawn is. I don't know. There might be another trigger to it. Vor was saying the other day. That maybe you can't melee the mob, right? And if you melee the mob, because every time that you fight that particular named, the vest drops, but it's a destroyed vest. So if you melee the mob, maybe it destroys the vest, and you have to fight it without meleeing it. I don't personally think that one's it, but it's a good thought process. The reason I don't think it's it is because I think most people that come here with a full group, and the chances that they come here with a full group without anybody meleeing the mob is slim to none. Like, it's microscopic chance. But the item clearly has dropped for several groups. So yeah. The moon spawns? You don't think the moon spawns? You think the moon spawns are a waste of time game mechanic that adds nothing to your gameplay? I think it does add to the gameplay. I think it adds to the lore. Specifically for the moon spawns, the one that I'm talking about is a werewolf that spawns when there's a full moon. So it makes sense, right? It totally makes sense. And then when do you get a full moon? Full moons don't happen every day in real life. They're based on a lot of other things, right? The only time you get a full moon is under certain conditions. So this game has full moons that appear under certain conditions. I've seen it drop with melee in the group. There you go, Dreamweb. So yeah, you confirmed it that is not the case. I didn't think it was, but it could have been, right? It could be based on game time when it spawns. It could be like it has to be a certain time of day. It has to be a certain moon phase. It has to be another trigger in the game might cause it. You know, maybe there's another player doing a quest that triggers that mob to spawn with its vest. There's that thing actually does happen in this game too. There is an NPC where you have to turn in 4 items to an NPC to cause another NPC to spawn in a completely different zone. And that's how you get that name to spawn so that you can get its drop. So it's just a whole thing. They have a lot of stuff like that in the game. And that's why, like, some people like gatekeeping and some people don't like gatekeeping. The people that figure those things out are like, I don't want to share this with everybody. They need to figure it out on their own. That's why they are gatekeeping. They're not gatekeeping because, you know, they don't want you to know. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's no. It took me a long time to figure that out. I don't want to share it with everybody. You know, if you have a secret, do you really want to tell everybody your secret? Some people do, some people don't. So that's where a lot of that gatekeeping comes from. And I don't consider a lot of it gatekeeping. You know, like my friend that figured out the Dark Rain thing specifically told me we knew about the Dark Rain in alpha. He specifically asked me to not mention it on the stream. He's like, please don't tell everybody about this. Like, I want people to figure it out on their own. I said, okay, I won't spread the Dark Rain thing. More people have now figured it out. I am now spreading the Dark Rain thing. It's not well known, but it is known. Like there's enough people that know about it. to where I think at this point it can be spread. Is the game free to play? I'm very interested. It sounds solid. The game is currently free to play if you get invited to the beta, which they do every Friday. So tomorrow, make sure you're opt in, and tomorrow they'll be doing a drawing to see who gets into the beta. They've been doing about 1,000 PvE keys and like 100 to 150 PvP keys. If you opt in for PvP, you will most likely get into the beta. It's a very high chance. If you opt into PvE, it's a very low chance of getting in. That's the difference between the people that want to play this game. Most people want to be PvE. In fact, a lot of the PvP people that are opting in for PvP are only doing it because they just want to play the game. They actually don't have any intentions of PvPing. So it's a whole thing. But I'm not going to get on the PvP bandwagon today, because it doesn't really affect me and how I play. It adds nothing to gameplay. I think it does add to gameplay. It just doesn't add to gameplay for you. I think it absolutely adds to gameplay. There's 3 moons, so it can any can be full. Yeah, any of the moons can be full, and that mob will spawn. It might happen more often when like multiple moons are full, maybe, because there's only a few days. Let me look. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 days in the month: the 16th, 17th, and 18th. 16th, 17th, and 18th of every month that all 3 moons are full. So that could be something special too. And that's real life month. So the 16th, 17th, 18th of real life month. So only 3 days out of a month. That is one of the things that I was looking at recently. If you guys were here when I was leveling up and I was around level 40 or so. Anyway, we were camping a mob. The Demeter camp. A lot of you probably know about the Demeter camp now. Yeah. That particular camp drops a soul brand weapon. It's a 2-handed weapon with 0 stats on it. And the other items that drop over there all have stats on it. And it makes you think, I bet you that's like some sort of quest drop or something special going on there. But I could never figure out the quest. It literally might be based on the moon phases. If you actually look at it, there is one of the 3 moons appears every night. So once every 72 minutes in a like porthole through the little mountain thing or whatever it is, the spire that is right there where Demeter spawns. So one of the 3 moons will appear inside of that. So when that moon is a certain shape, maybe a full moon, crescent moon, half moon, who knows, appears in there, you might be able to stand and hold the soul brand and say place pedestal or something, and it places the soul brand on a pedestal and it completes the quest and gives you something. I don't know. I'm just speculating. There could be stuff like that in the game that just people haven't figured out yet. I guarantee you there's quests in the game that people haven't figured out yet. Because some of them are so obscure and there's no way that you could ever figure them out. Like they're nearly impossible in some ways. But anyway, they need to change the nighttime darkness based off moon phases. The number of full moons that are out significantly increase the brightness at night. I agree. It's kind of silly to me that we can get 3 full moons and you can't see your hand in front of your face. Like, that's the darkness that I keep trying to explain. The problem is that they don't have a way to do that with their, at least to my knowledge, they don't have a way to do that with their system. Because if you go into a cave, for example, during the daytime, the cave is very well lit. If you go into the same cave at nighttime, it is dark. And it's like, no, a cave is always dark. If it has no sunlight coming into it, it's dark. But they don't have a way to actually change that. It doesn't seem like. We have not gotten the chest drop, no. We have not seen it. That's why we're here again today. Maybe you need to kill it fast. The longer you fight him, chance of the vest getting destroyed. Maybe, Sir Larkin, maybe. Maybe it's all about how quickly you can kill it. I don't know. These are all good suggestions. With maximum night darkness on all 3 moons, yeah. It's crazy. Someone already figured out a moon calendar? Yeah. Someone literally watched for a month to get the moon calendar. So there's a lot of information out there. Like, I have a lot of information in my head and, you know, spread around different places about this game that are not well known. Some of them are very well known, so it just depends. And that's why, like, I try to explain to people, like, it's, you know, there might be something that you agree or disagree with, and it could be because you either don't know something or you do know something that other people don't or do know, right? Like, it's silly because there's moon phases and full moons and blah, 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 right? But once you understand how those full moons work, it changes things. You know, so it's a lot of times it just comes down to things that you don't know or you don't understand. And like this particular mob, we're not getting the vest to drop. We're frustrated with it. It's not fun. It's very annoying that we're not getting it to drop. But maybe it's because we are doing something wrong. If it's just the rarity of it and nothing else, it's too rare, I feel like. If it's if there's something that we're not doing and we just don't know about it, that's a completely different story, and it's just frustrating that I don't know it. But once I do know it, then it's like, well, it's not frustrating anymore because now you know how to make it spawn every time. It is a no-rent chess piece, which also kind of has me curious. The chess piece, when it drops, the destroyed one, that it drops every single time, it's 100% drop chance, is a no rent. And what no rent means is that when you log out of the game and log back in, it disappears. So you can't log out. So maybe there's something to do with that. I honestly don't know. Maybe you have to loot it and then hand it back to him when he spawns a second time. And then he gives you the shirt off of his back. Right? Like, he's like, I'll trade you. I don't know. I'm just, you know, spitballing. You can't wear it, though. I don't think any class can wear it. We'd have to scroll back and see. I'm pretty sure it's not wearable. I don't see it in there. Actually, can we see it in our... This is another cool feature that not a lot of people know about. If you go to the social tab and you click on social ledger and you click on why is this listing stuff from 17 hours ago and not like 5 minutes ago? 2 minutes ago. Here we go. So we can loot stuff. You can see what you looted. You looted this. You looted this. Oh, that's from my trading. So, like, you can actually see what you looted in the game. I didn't loot it, though. So, I can't see it. But whoever looted it could probably see it. So, anyway. Is the legend of the Spectre weapons true? They only spawn on a boss that only spawns at a certain moon phase. The legend of the Spectre weapons? I don't know Spectre weapons, Dolce. You talking about over in Glass Flats where all the Spectres spawn? I don't think those spawn at a certain moon phase. I'm not sure. You'd have to give me more information. I don't know what legend of the Spectre weapons is. Can't download the client. Both web browsers refuse to download client. You have to you have to do something special to download it. I'll show you. I've shown this a couple times before, but it hasn't come up in a little while, so I'll show you. So if you go here and you click play and you click download launcher and you click on this right here, it'll say this right here. Monsters and Memories setup, blah, 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 isn't commonly downloaded, so your Windows is most likely blocking it. If you click on the 3 arrows and you say keep, and then you click the down arrow here and keep anyway, it'll download it. But Windows doesn't recognize the exe file, and it's trying to block it for you to defend you from viruses and stuff. Most likely that's what's happening. Otherwise, I can't tell you why it won't download. But you won't be able to play it unless you opted into the beta and actually got accepted. So download the client if you want to, and you can install it and do all that kind of stuff, but you won't be able to do anything with it unless you are part of the beta. I feel this group kills them pretty fast, faster than a level appropriate group. Yeah, it might, Vor. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe you need to wear the no rent one when you kill him. Yeah, maybe. I don't think you can wear the no rent one. But I don't know. How about you have to wear it to kill? Yeah, I don't know. But it's like, who has to wear it? Anyone in the group has to wear it that does damage. It's on its threat table when it dies. Or does the person that gets the killing blow have to wear it? You know, like, you never... There's too many possibilities where if the devs can't expect us to figure all these things out, that you have to give us hints, right? There has to be hints somewhere in the game. I don't get that option at all. I've tried to override the lock. I'm not part of the beta, but it's an issue if I get an invite. It is an issue if you get an invite. I agree. That's the only thing I can think of is not letting you download it, is that Windows is blocking it. If that's not the case, then I don't know why it won't let you download it. You could try maybe to ask somebody to download it and send you the exe file. I don't believe it's very big. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty small exe file, and then you have to download the 5 gigs after that. Kill him with the glass knuckles or the dagger he drops. Maybe, yeah, maybe. You gotta punch him with the glass knuckles. Maybe that's the trick, is using only bludgeoning weapons, and piercing and slashing weapons is what destroys his vest. There's so many different options, right? So many different options. I don't have another bludgeoning weapon I can use. Do I? I could try to kill him with a measuring stick. And I can't use the knuckles. Kill him with a feather. Just tickle him to death. I think that'd be a really cool rogue ability to add some DPS to him, as a death by 1,000 cuts. And like a rogue just goes like and hits you for like 1 damage 100 times or something, like super fast. But it like literally does 100 attacks in, you know, in like one attack. That would be really cool if you could have like a proc weapon and do that, and it could proc every single one of those attacks. That might be overpowered, but it'd be a really fun ability. Loaded question, but how does this truly compare to OG EQ? I'm about to try EQ for the first time ever with Legends. Okay. I'm going to give you an honest answer. You can ask 1,000 people this, and they might give you different answers, but I'm going to give you the honest answer. EverQuest Legends is not EverQuest. Okay? It is an action RPG gameplay set in the world of Norath is what it is. So it's the same overall world with the same lore, but very different gameplay. Extremely different gameplay. It's more like playing Diablo or Path of Exile than playing original EverQuest. So remember that when you play EverQuest Legends. This game compares directly to EverQuest in 1999 or early 2000s. It's very, very, very similar to that gameplay. Very slow gameplay, more preparation versus skill. If you're prepared for a fight versus, you know, knowing exactly what button to push when for the maximum DPS. You know, you don't have to move your character around a bunch to dodge abilities. Like there's less skill involved, more knowledge and preparation in gameplay for this. So just that's what it is. Anybody that plays EverQuest Legends or anybody that tells you that EverQuest Legends is anything remotely close to original EverQuest is either trolling you or a moron. There's really no other way to look, or they just don't know. That could also be that they just literally don't know the difference because they never played original EverQuest because they don't know. But that's, anyway, there you go. Norath Diablo, basically. Yeah, that's 100% what it is. It's Norath Diablo. I feel like EQ Legends is made for old EQ enjoyer. EverQuest Legends, in my opinion, is not made for the old EQ enjoyer. EverQuest Legends is made for the modern MMO player to experience EverQuest. It is a much faster-paced, solo-driven MMO experience, which is what more modern MMOs are. I mean, look at World of Warcraft over the years. Look at any MMO that has come out in the past 5, maybe even 10 years. They are much more solo-driven and able to be played by yourself and faster. Like the leveling is faster. Everything is just more instant gratification, which is more modern, much more modern than old school MMOs. How to apply for early access? Just need to register an account. You need to register an account on Monsters and Memories. Here, I'll show you, since we're kind of in the showing mood today. So when you go here on the monstersandmemories.com, click on early access right here at the top, and you can read all about early access, but you can register an account by clicking on play, and then I think right up here at the top where my little down arrow, and you can, right here is the opt-in. So that's where you want to do it. So like, we'll sign out just to show you. So go up here. This is what it'll look like. Click log in, hit, and then once you log in, click this little thing, and it'll close opt-in right here. Click on that, and it will allow you to do it. Invite friends is I don't know if I can click on that or not. I might have a friend key that I don't know about. Let me check. Let me see if I have a friend key. Oops, not that one. Wrong button. Let's see if I have a friend key. Because if I do, cool. We might use it soon. I don't know why that would be there otherwise. Oh my gosh, it didn't save me. Keep me logged in. Thank you. Here we go. Invite friends. Invite friends to close beta. Share your invite. Claimed. No, mine's already been claimed. That's weird. Mine was claimed at 3:31 a.m. Wow. Who did I give that to? I don't remember. EA equals beta. Oh, no. For EA access? Yeah, that's just going to be $15 a month. Sorry, I totally misread that, and I confused that. So if you go here, you click on early access, that'll explain the early access part of it. So subscriptions will be $15 a month and include content updates. There will be no box price or in-game microtransactions. So starting October 1st, you will have to pay $15 a month, and you will be able to get into the game, unlimited access to it. It was scheduled for June 1st right here, but we moved that, and it is now October 1st. So, which is what it says up here. So yeah, that's basically how that works. $15 a month, no box price, no microtransactions, none of that. Literally, the entirety of the game is $15 a month. And that's, you can buy it for, you can pay $15 a month, play it for 2 or 3 months, Stop playing it for 2 years, come back, pay $15, and you have access to the entire game again. There's going to be no expansion updates. You're not going to have to pay for anything other than the access of $15 a month, which is something that I personally like that they're doing. Some people are like, $15 a month is too expensive. I mean, I disagree with that, but I totally get that $15 a month might be a little expensive for some people. Everybody's got different budgets, but yeah, for you don't have to pay for anything else. There's no microtransactions, no pay to win. There's no even cosmetics. The only other way you can support this company is by purchasing from their merch store that they have not released yet. They will release, hopefully, October 1st with their other stuff. So, there you go. It's an amazing model. Yeah, I'll be here for it, absolutely. Netflix is like $25 a month. It is. It's expensive. Yeah. Super expensive. I don't think that Netflix is worth $25 a month. Maybe it is. I don't know. I guess it depends on how much you use it. Like for me, $15 a month for this game, totally worth it. I play it multiple hours a day, every day, right? Netflix, I might watch a 1-hour show 2 to 3 times a week at most. You know? Like I might spend maximum 5 hours in a week on Netflix. So I don't think it's worth $25 a month for me. Netflix rumors going to free. They're planning to revamp their model towards YouTube-like. They could make it free and put ads on there and sell ads to commercials. You know, have like commercials where the companies are now paying for that. That's what YouTube basically does. Drop Netflix or Crunchyroll? Yeah, I don't know the difference in them, to be honest with you. Like, the reason you would pay for Netflix is because of the Netflix shows, like Stranger Things. Isn't that on Netflix? Like, if you can't get those shows when they release on the other platforms, then that's why you pay for it. You pay for the exclusives, right? So same reason you buy a PlayStation or a Nintendo or an Xbox is for the exclusives. Already has ads on the lowest tier. Yeah, there are ads. I did notice that. Because, like, I can get free Netflix through T-Mobile, but it's Netflix with ads. And they give it to you for free with T-Mobile if you have, like, a certain tier of T-Mobile account. But those perks are the perks that, like, I don't need. I feel like if you use those perks, then it's worth buying the higher tiers of T-Mobile. But if you don't use those perks, then you're just wasting money. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous as well, Real Vicious. I think if you pay for something, you shouldn't have ads, you know? If I can go out and buy the DVD, I should put it in and hit play. Do they even sell DVDs anymore? Am I showing my age somehow? If anything, it's probably Blu-rays. I don't even know if they sell Blu-rays anymore. I haven't been to a like a Best Buy or something in so long and looked at their music and movie selection. Cable TV back in the day, whole point was paying to not have ads. That didn't last long. Oh, that didn't last long at all, yeah. You paid to not have ads, and then you had ads every 10 minutes. Or even less. It was like every 7 minutes. Like, TV shows ended up being, 20 minutes long? Or 21 minutes long? And it was every 7 minutes, you had 3 minutes of ads. So for a 21-minute television show. For 30 minutes total. I hated that so much. Awful. Like, why am I paying these astronomical amounts of money to have TV just so you can show me commercials every 7 minutes. But I mean, Twitch does it too. I can hit an ad button right now. When you come to my stream, if you're not a sub to my stream, it probably gives you at least one ad, like a 30 or 60-second ad when you come to the stream. Unfortunately, I can't turn those off unless I turn off all monetization, which kind of makes it to where it's really hard for me to stream. So, yeah, it's the whole thing. You still own nothing and you'll be happy with it? Yeah, it's crazy, man. Now it's video games are going to that point. You don't own any video games. You have the right to use them until they no longer want you to be able to use them. You're literally paying for... That, to me, is like... It's a subscription-based, like a video game like this. You pay $15 a month for the right to use it. Crazy. They want the ability to remove what you had previously paid for, like the PlayStation people recently experienced. Yeah, that's rough. Oh my goodness gracious, why is this thing still on you? I taunted it. I hit it. You can use Brave browser on your phone and computer to block all ads from streaming sites. Yeah. Which... I don't know, man. I don't know. Should you be able to block the ads? Should you not be able to block the ads? Somebody's got to pay for the content, right? Somewhere down the line, somebody's got to pay for the content. If all content was free all the time, then nobody would make content. You know, somewhere down the line, people need to get paid for their content. So I think like YouTube is free for the most part. Another destroyed one. Yeah, I didn't look. Oh, I was going to look at it there. Let me look at something. So yeah, class none. Yeah, you can't wear it because it says class none. Yeah, that's what I wanted to check. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't theft. Yeah, there's a whole thing with it. Sony getting huge backlash, not buy a PS6. Yeah, PS6 may have bad sales because of it. It's kind of the same thing that Xbox did, right? Xbox kind of shot itself in the foot with the last Xbox because they said always online. To use the Xbox, it had to be online. Do you guys remember that when it first came out? And that killed the Xbox. Xbox was already not doing well. And then it sold, like, what are the numbers that sold? What was it? It was a Series X was the last one? I don't even remember. Most recent Xbox console. Is it the Series X? Yeah, Series X. So how many Xbox Series X have been sold? 32 to 35 million worldwide. How many PlayStation 5 have been sold? 93 million. So you see the difference, right? And a lot of that was because they said always online. You had to be online to play any of the games on Xbox. Period. There's a whole thing. I feel you shouldn't have a cash shop in a game you pay monthly to play, but here we are. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that. Like, you should not have to have a cash shop if you're paying monthly fee. But EverQuest Legends. That's the reason I now refuse to play EverQuest Legends. I refuse to advertise EverQuest Legends. I refuse to do anything about EverQuest Legends, is because they sold you the game for $20. Then they said there's going to be $9.99 monthly fee. Then after a bunch of people bought the $9.99 or the $20 box price to get into the beta, They then told you, by the way, we're also going to have microtransactions. It was just, that is a crappy company. Daybreak is a really, really crappy company that I will not support. Period. So, there you go. That's why I won't play EverQuest Legends. I was going to play it. I actually thought about playing it for a while. I considered it for a little bit with EverQuest Legends just to try it out. I considered it. But, nope. Once they announced that, I was like, I'm out. Do you want the ability to remove you had previously paid for, like PlayStation? Yeah. Let's see. What else? What else did I miss? People turn away from TV due to ads into streaming services, but now streaming services like Netflix have ads. Yeah, it's a whole thing. The circle is round. We can't escape the ads. I mean, I'm fine with ads if the content is free. Then make ads. If I pay for the content, take away the ads. I think that's the way it should be. Amazon Prime's the same way. Subscribe, but movies still commercials. Yeah. Amazon Prime, that kind of irritated me. I used to get my Amazon Prime Video and my Prime Music. Both of those were free with Amazon Prime account. Now you have to pay for those separately if you don't want ads. So, yeah, very, very annoying. Yeah, Xbox was doing great, yeah, for a little while, and then they shot themselves in the foot with the whole online, always online. I'm so tired of getting squeezed for cash shops, microtransactions. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 cash shop was a big no thank you. Yeah, I haven't spent any money on the Final Fantasy 14 cash shop. Like, I actually am okay with cosmetics. Ish, right? Like Diablo 4. Diablo 4, you buy the base game, and then you can buy cosmetics if you want to, but it's not required. But to play the game is free. There's no monthly sub. I'm okay with that. Or you can buy the game and have a monthly sub and no microtransactions. Like, I think any two of those, a combination of any two of those might be okay. But I think the monthly sub, personally speaking, the monthly sub removes microtransactions. Like, if it has a monthly sub, you should not have microtransactions. It can have a box price and a monthly sub. It can have a box price and microtransactions. But it can't have a box price, monthly sub, and microtransactions. And I think the box price should be cheaper if it's got a monthly sub. That's my other thing that I look at. And if you get it, if it's got a monthly sub, the box price should include 1 month of the sub. Always. But anyway, that's just how I look at it. I'm down with paid cosmetics to help support the team. I am too, because I am down with paid cosmetics from an art team that creates the art themselves. AI generated art, I don't want to pay for it. I don't want you pumping out. I don't want you clicking a button and it pumps out a bunch of AI generated art, and then you charge me $15 for that art. Like, that's ridiculous. I also feel like the amount that they charge for some of the cosmetics that you buy in these games is crazy. I'm looking at Diablo 4 with that one. You could pay like $10 for your staff to look different, be slightly different in like look for your staff or your helmet or whatever, or it's like $25 or $30 for a full outfit. Like, are you kidding me? That's almost the entire price of a game. Some games are for $30 are amazing, and you want me to pay that just so I look slightly different than another player? Like, the prices that they charge on those are crazy. Like, if a microtransaction for a cosmetic was a couple bucks, $2, $3, you know, okay, maybe I'll spend that. But $10? Nope, I'm out. Legends was obvious cash grab before they die off in a couple years. I think so too. Yeah, and I think that I feel like a lot of people that are playing it. I'm gonna say something kind of mean towards some of the content creators for a second too. I don't mean it in a mean way. Content creators need to play the games that are popular because it does pad their pockets, right? Totally get it. I understand it. They have to play these games. Like all the content creators that are playing EverQuest Legends and getting hundreds or more viewers, I know they're doing it because of the viewership. I know that's why they're doing it, and that's cool, and they're making some money off of it. But I also feel like those content creators, all they're doing is making it look like the game is good and it's not a cash grab and the company is good, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's something that irks me. It's a tough position for a content creator to be in because we content creators, especially us small ones, we don't make any money. We literally don't make any money. Like it's very, very little, if anything. And they need to play the games that are popular. If I went and played EverQuest Legends, I probably would have had 200 people in my stream versus the 43 that are in my stream right now, right? It would have obviously been better for my pocket, but I refuse to give money to Daybreak. Absolutely refuse. People don't care about MTX, even the soft pay-to-win features they implemented. People are totally fine with. Some people are, yeah. I don't like it. I think it's very predatory. But I think that their audience, that's the other thing. The target audience of EverQuest Legends is the very busy dad gamer. That's their target audience. They think that, okay, this person's going to be willing to pay for the convenience, willing to pay a little extra to get there faster because they can only play the game 1 or 2 hours a night at most, or maybe a few hours a week at most, because they're just busy in their lives with work and family and whatever else that they're doing. That's their target audience, and they're going to nickel and dime them to death. That's what it is. So, anyway. This bug has been coming up a lot lately. Have you guys seen this? Look at his health. See his health up here? Road Captain has no health. But he actually has most of his health if you reload. I don't know what bug that is. I've been seeing that the last couple of days, and I don't know where it came from. We need to probably bug report that. Love it or hate it, at least it's purely cosmetic and not pay-to-win shop like other MMOs. Which one are you talking about? Final Fantasy? Yeah, Final Fantasy is mostly cosmetic. I don't think there's any pay-to-win there. There might be. If you don't give those embrace to me, I'm going to play EverQuest Legends right now. No, Ganon, don't do it. No, I mean, if you guys want to play EverQuest Legends, by all means, go and play it. I just won't be playing it. I disagree with the company. I disagree with everything that they're doing. I don't like them. How long you think those deep races? Time's getting short. Last I heard, the last rumor I heard, I don't think that Sean said this, but he may have mentioned it offhandedly, so take that with a grain of salt. He wants to have the deep stuff in by the end of July or like the 1st of August, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly what Apostate said. Is it apostate or apostate? I like it apostate. I think it's fun to say it that way. But I don't know how you want to pronounce it. I'm not for paid cosmetics, but I understand from business side, getting cool gear that looks cool. Yeah, exactly. A business side of it, I'm okay with paid cosmetics. Microtransactions are bad. I agree, Mr. Moose. I agree. I don't like them most of the time. I'm okay with them sometimes. Maybe early August, I think he walked back. Sean, yeah. But hopefully soon. Star Citizen $5,000 spaceship. Would like to a word? Exactly. It's ridiculous, dude. I'm going to give you $5,000 for a spaceship in Star Citizen on a game that may never come out. And if it does, possibly could be complete and utter garbage. Crazy. All they need to do is sell used bath water. They could do that. Sean could take a bath and then fill the jars with bath water and then sign the jar, like, and seal it on stream and then mail those to people and probably make a killing. He could probably make a killing. Some crazy people would buy that. Some people would probably drink it. Some people would bathe in it. Some people would just put it on their shelves and hold on to it. People are weird. There's nothing micro about MTX these days? Yeah, there's not. How's that microphone stand thing? What microphone stand thing? What are you talking about? They stole the idea and botched it. EQ Legends? Yeah. Yeah, they did. Can confirm close to August. Hey, ZBrushed. Yay. We love you, ZBrushed. I appreciate you. And if they want to do microtransactions for cosmetics for this game to support you, I'm down for it. Cosmetics only if you make them by hand. I would definitely be down for that. That's kind of what the theme we've been talking about, if you missed that. It is the first way as the proper pronunciation. Apostate? Okay, the first pronunciation. Thank you. I like apostate though. I might use that every once in a while. Stop simping for cosmetics. No, I think that that ZBrush does a very good job, and I like that they manually create all of the art for this game. Right? I am a bit of a simp on that right now. I get it, but I do appreciate that all of the art for this game is not AI generated, and they are not selling it to you. In fact, they want the cool looking gear to be items that you find in game, so that when somebody sees a character wearing cool gear, they can say, where did you get that? I want to go get that. I want to go camp it. And that's the whole idea, where microtransactions for cosmetics will not come to this game because they want you to earn it in game. And I absolutely love it. I prefer it that way. So yeah. But I do want ZBrush to get paid. So October 1st, this game needs to be ready to go, because I want ZBrush to be on the team making some money. I'm all for it, man. He's done amazing work. I love the stuff that he's done with this game. I think that that Robert that does the music and stuff for this game, I think he deserves a lot. And I think the art team for this game deserves a lot. Even though people look at this game and they're like, oh my God, the graphics are terrible. The graphics are low poly count, but the art is really good. And there's a big difference between those two things. And I know it's hard for people to see and understand and all that, but the art in this game is actually really, really good and really well done. Where Winds Meet is close to perfect free-to-play model. We've gotten massive game, completely free-to-play. All stores purchases are 100% cosmetic, but gotcha earnable. Yeah. Yeah, I actually liked Where Winds Meet. I played it a good bit when it first came out. I thought it was a pretty solid game. But it's too much of a single-player MMO, and that's the reason I ended up stopping playing it. I'm working on the first half of hair customizations right now. So once they are done, they will have a base set. Still need to make new face textures and second half of the hair base level ready to go. Awesome. That sounds great. Yeah, I think that was the only thing that's slowing down or preventing deep races from being in the game right now is the art. From my understanding, at least, they're just kind of waiting on the art. So art takes time. Good art takes time. And I'm willing to wait for it if need be. Impatiently wait for it. But I'm willing to wait. But it will be impatient. I'd rather not have paid cosmetics. I would too. I'd rather not have it. But if it would support the team and keep the game going, that's my preference. Yeah, absolutely. If they have to do microtransactions and they did cosmetics to keep the game going, I would be on board with it. But I'm hoping that we can get enough people buying this game and subbing to it and all that. That's my goal. That's the reason I stream it every day. It's the reason I talk about it. Even when I talk about it constructive feedback-wise or criticism-wise, it's because I want the game to be successful. Honestly, wish they would open up a donation page. I do not want them to do that, Westmort. The reason I don't want that, right? A donation page would make them a lot of money. But if they open up a donation page, it's going to do a couple of things. One, and they may say it won't do this. I'm going to say it probably will do this, but it will give them incentive to delay the game further until it's ready. Look at something like Pantheon or Ashes of Creation or Star Citizen as examples. Delay, because they're making money. They don't need to hurry the game up. They don't need to finish it. They're making money without doing that. So that's one of the reasons. Another one is because of the integrity, though. And I think this is the bigger reason and the more accurate reason, at least according to Sean and the rest of the team. They want the integrity to say, we developed this game the way we wanted to make this game, and it is the game that we wanted ultimately to put out there. Whether it fails or succeeds is 100% on them. If they start taking donations, then it becomes a slippery slope. I personally feel like even the Twitch donations and the Twitch subs and all of that stuff that have happened in the past for a lot of these games, not just Monsters and Memories, but other games as well, is a fine line that can cause problems with the community and the game development and all that kind of stuff. It may not have anything to do with anything, and I want to support the devs in any possible way that I can. However, those kind of things they are oftentimes looked down and frowned upon. Like, oh, the only reason you got access to the game is because you paid. The only reason that you got access to the game is because you subbed to this channel or you became friends with this dev or whatever, right? And it's a very slippery slope. So that's why I don't want them to do that. But yeah, I would, however, like them to open up the merchant shop, the merch shop that they're talking about. That would be awesome to be able to buy T-shirts and stuff, and hats and mugs and stuff like that. And again, I'll say it again. If when you guys open that up, send me a gift box. I will gladly do an unboxing, open it on stream, show it off. But I'll probably also buy some stuff from the gift shop or the merch shop. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. I'll probably get some stuff myself anyway, just to support the team. It probably won't be much. I don't have a lot of money. I'm poor, but I'll buy a T-shirt, maybe a hat, maybe a mug. I'll buy a couple things. Anyway, I still have my guest invite, trying to get my wife to play. She's resisting, though, even though we both played original EQ. She likes the WoW graphics. Awesome, yeah. Get her to play. When will this game release? October 1st is the current date for release, for early access release. So the game will not be finished on October 1st, but very, very, very playable. So if you want to be in... if you want to be in on the hype, October 1st, that all of October is going to be the best time to play this game. Probably ever. When 1.0 comes out will be the second best time to play this game. But right now, I would say October 1st is going to be the best time to play it. Let me see if I can keep reading here. As a business person, the game stores for cosmetic items is a great idea to generate revenue. All for that. Yeah, like I'm okay with it if they have to, right? I prefer them not to do it. Making a full set of hair customizations, 6 hair male, 6 beards, 6 hair female. Wait, is that going to be for a specific race, or are those all going to be on all races? That is why we mostly want you sub to the game and buy merch. Yeah, exactly, ZBrush. Like, guys, I'm going to say this, though. If you want to support this game, this is like 100% honesty, sub to somebody like ZBrushed on his Twitch stream or whatever, because he doesn't just stream Monsters and Memories. He also streams his other stuff when he does other, like his portfolio streams and whatnot, where he makes other art. He's one of the ones that I would say, subbing to him if you really want to do it. He's also not going to be like, hey, I'm going to give you a bunch of invites to the game or whatever. He doesn't do that. And he doesn't have any way to change your character, to my knowledge. I mean, I don't think he's a developer other than art, but he doesn't have a way to like make your class better. So you can't be like, I want Shaman to be doing this, and I'm going to sub to you so that my Shaman can do this. He doesn't do that. Anyway, but even better yet, sub to the game starting in October. ZBrush will be, I'm pretty sure, one of the first paid employees. He should be. I think the art team, honestly, I think are some of the first to get paid, from my understanding. But I don't honestly know. I'm not part of the team. I accidentally changed a setting, and anytime I hover my chat box, it turns black, and I can't see or do anything. Have you seen this before? Yes. You probably opened this, Burl. You opened up a new chat box, and then you have your opacity settings on chat settings, this, so that it does this. Yoink, 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 yoink. That's probably what you did. That's just a guess. So what does it say at the top of your chat box? Does it say chat 2? Does it say main? Does it say players? Look and see what it says, and you may need to close a window. I think 1.0 would be the best, but I want to play now. Well, the reason I say early access is going to be the best time is because that's when the biggest hype is going to be. That's when you're going to have the most new players coming to the game, everyone trying to figure things out on their own. All of that stuff's going to be happening. 1.0 is going to be great. You're going to have players coming to the game, new servers popping up, and all of that. But a lot of the game will have been figured out by then, and it will be out on YouTube. It's going to be out on Twitch streams. I will probably make a bunch of videos on it. It's just going to be more knowledge out there, and the game is way more fun when you try to figure things out on your own. If you can't figure something out, come and ask me, come and ask one of the other content creators, ask people in chat, something like that, and get the information if you can't figure something out. But it's so much more fun to try to figure it out on your own. I promise. And I don't break promises. Also feels like it's hard to say we don't want, because we want people to find the items, but at the same time, a lot of weapons right now have the same graphics. They do, yeah. Well, a lot of the weapons have the same graphics, but it's the detail. This is something that ZBrush could probably tell you more about. So, for example, we'll use my hammer. This hammer right here, it looks very similar to other hammers, but it's going to have a different shaft on it. It might have a different head on it. It might have different texturing on it. Things like that. Like this trident doesn't look the same as other tridents. Like a rusty trident is going to have more rusty features to it. So there's a lot of that stuff. Love my ZBrush, chill looking man. Yeah, ZBrush is a fantastic dude. I appreciate him. You have no control over design. Exactly. ZBrush does nothing with design. He only does art. So that's why, like I'm saying, you know, if you wanna sub to his channel, I don't think you're gonna get much out of it other than supporting ZBrush. He will get stuff out of it, and I support that. So yeah, bypassing visual progression with MTX would deter me, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, Dream. That's where I'm at with it. I would prefer them to just make the game look good and feel good and play well without microtransactions. Like, that's another thing that I absolutely hate. One thing that Daybreak is doing right now, and another reason I won't play it, is that microtransactions. They absolutely have the ability to give you lots of different loadouts and better inventory management and all of that stuff. Instead, though, they purposefully removed some of that stuff and then said you can now buy it. I mean, come on. You have the ability to do it. You, in fact, did it in the alpha test of EverQuest Legends. They took the ability away and then added a price tag to it. The more you know. Knowing's half the battle. Actually, knowing is like 90% of the battle. G.I. Joe was wrong. A lot of similar skill graphics at the moment. Kick and stun, for example, would be nice. Oh, you're talking that's different. That's different. Those aren't graphics. Those are animations. So when you talk about animations, you have to talk about a different team of people. Like ZBrush, to my knowledge, doesn't do animations. He does the shading and the hairstyles and, you know, like the way your armor looks and your weapons look and all that. He does those things. The animations is a different person or different people. G.I. Joe is never wrong. G.I. Joe was not wrong, but was inaccurate. It's more than half the battle. It is definitely more than half. Knowing is half the battle, but according to G.I. Joe, the other half of the battle is unbelievable violence. Yeah, it's red and blue lasers. That's the other half of the battle. Skill bar icons? Skill bar icons is, I believe, Goblin. Like all of these things up here, and these things down here, I believe is all that is Goblin, I think. Again, ZBrush knows more about it than I do, but yeah, I think Goblin does most of that, and then ZBrush works on most of the like character art, along with Zukin, I believe, does character art with him. So yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to speak for those guys. I'm just going to kind of give you the information that I know. Anyway, finally caught up to chat. Sometimes it takes a while. I like to read all the chat and try to respond to all of it. Some people like that, some people don't. Anyway, yeah, if you can't tell, I'm super excited for the game. Very, very excited. I'm a big critic of the game, but I'm also very excited for it. And I wouldn't play it every day. I hope by what I said about Daybreak and what I've said about Pantheon and some other games, I hope people start to understand and me a little bit. I'm only going to play a game if I like it, because it technically, me streaming a game is advertising, right? I am advertising this game for free for the company by playing it. And I won't play a game that I don't believe in, that I don't like, that if I don't like the company or the game or both, I just won't play it because I don't want to advertise it. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm doing the opposite of that. Maybe I'm a terrible person and I make everybody hate this game more because, oh, Criddle plays the game. I don't want to play it because Criddle's playing it. I mean, it could be doing that, and if that's the case, I apologize. That is not my intent. So, yep, games are team sport. They absolutely are, yeah. My animation work would not look good. Goblin makes concepts, icons, and some environment textures. Nice. Some people feel the nut. Some don't. Oh, wait. Some people feel like nut. Some don't. Feeling the nut and feeling like a nut are very different things, and hopefully no one takes that out of context. Time to make Criddle a big bad NPC, right? Yeah. Z win stream. He was streaming yesterday. I saw him pop up. He was streaming while I was streaming yesterday. I don't get to go into ZBrush stream or Zukin stream or anybody. I don't go to a lot of the streams as often as I was like, because I stream the game for 8 hours a day. And then when I get off the stream, I've got real life to attend to. Interesting hypothesis about Daybreak. Over the last 18 months or so, EG7 has been making moves that suggest they might be maneuvering to sell Daybreak. It's very possible. It's very possible. And this might be one of those things. Playing a 55 Shadow Knight right now on the beta. It's my first character. I'm really debating with myself. I want to stick to SK or look for fighter for more depth. Have you ever tried SK? Where are those two classes in comparison, strength and weaknesses? Right now, the Shadow Knight is the strongest overall tank in the game. It can solo. It's good in a group. It can tank raids. It's the best overall. The fighter is the best physical damage mitigation tank, but that's it. The Shadow Knight is better at basically everything else. Did I get the grass mode? I sure did. Yep. That's why I was a little late to my stream. So Sir Moose is saying there's a quest for this. He says that the vest always drops. And he says, did you get the quest for the one without stats? I think there is a quest for the no rent one. I just don't know what to do with it. I was streaming yesterday for about 7 hours. I'll be on stream again today, starting around noon. Just enjoying some coffee, making some good food, and working on some texture while listening to Criddle, be an honest broker. There you go. I'm always honest. I'm not going to lie to you guys about stuff. I will always be honest. You may disagree with me, and that's fine. My time zone is different a bit since I'm from Turkey. We'll try to get on if possible. There you go. Yeah. Definitely check out ZBrush when you stream. If you guys like art, if you want to get into art design for video games, ZBrush is a great resource for that. Absolutely fantastic resource for that. He can tell you ways to get into it, different techniques, all that kind of stuff. And he shows it to you right on the stream. Sandstorm inside the cave? Yeah, it's kind of a problem. I don't think that's another issue. This is what I was talking about earlier with like daylight and storms and things like that. To right now, they don't have a way to differentiate them from being in a cave versus not in a cave. It's all or nothing. It's the entire zone or none of the zone. Will you play fighter as your first character? Yeah, yes. I will be fighter on my first character for early access is the plan. Unless something changes between now and then. We'll have to see what happens with the deep dives with all the different classes. But the idea for the fighter is that it's supposed to be the best overall tank. Physical damage mitigation tank. And physical damage is the most damage done in the game. Right? So yeah, Vest of the Glass Viper right there. That's the one that we're trying to get. Looking forward to making a Troll Shaman. Yeah, that won't be for a while. Trolls won't be out until after early access starts. So you have to make that later on. Does each upcoming module come with new regions of the content unlocking? Yes, sort of. So each of the when they start doing the module base, right? Early access is going to drop, and it's going to have new content for early access. At least 5 new zones that I know of. Then every approximately 3 months, give or take, depending on how quickly they can get stuff out, that's going to be based on how many people sub to the game, how much money they're making, how many people they can hire, et cetera, et cetera. Every approximately 3 months, they're going to release a module, and those modules will include potentially additional races, new zones, new monsters, new everything. So, yeah. Dream, you said that you've seen the vest drop here, right? Like, you've actually seen the vest drop at this camp? Looking forward to Expeditions and Trolls? Expeditions is what I'm looking forward to, yeah. That's going to be your like, raid content. Like, that's where the majority of the raid content's going to be. You know, that, to me, would be nice if they did Expeditions as... I'm gonna be very careful with how I say this. If they decide to do instances, I think Expeditions would be a good way to do instances. Because then your guild can charter an expedition, you could fight to it, and go to a instance zone. You basically... everything is instanced for that entire thing. I think would be a great way to do instances. And then they could still have contested mobs throughout the world that players can go and fight over and do all that stuff. And that could be like the way that they mix the two things together. Off to your day meetings. Take it easy. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. From what you know, are there any stat soft caps in game right now, like stamina soft cap? There are stat soft caps. Stamina does not have a soft cap that I know of. Stamina is just X health per point of stamina, and it's based on your class and your level. So for me, on a level 60 fighter, 1 point of stamina is 10 health. On a level 50 to 59 fighter, it's 9 health, and then 8 health, 7 health, 6 health, all the way down. But there are stat caps on things like strength, right? Or intelligence, but they're soft caps, so they will increase the amount of damage that you do to a certain point, but I believe those soft caps are based on levels. So there's hard caps. The hard cap in the game for stats is 255. You cannot get over 255 in any stat in the game. So that's the hard cap. But let's say you're level 1 with 255 strength. You're not going to be hitting the same damage that a level 60 with 255 strength will. So there's going to be soft caps on your strength for that. But stamina doesn't really... It's also kind of based the same way. You get 255 stamina at level 60. That gives you 2,550 health. At level 50, though, it'll give you 9 times 255. At level 40, it gives you 8 times 255. So that would be the way that they cap that. Yeah, I'll let you know. I just sent you a tell, by the way. Thanks for all the intel. Really appreciate it. No worries. That's what I'm here for. At least that's what I try to be here for. I want to get you guys the best possible information. And hopefully I do that. If I'm wrong and somebody corrects me, and I can look into it. But usually... Yeah, same thing to me. I don't think that you do. Like, we would leave the camp if there was... Tell me what the quest is and I'll leave the camp. You can absolutely have it. Because that's the only reason we're here at this point. We don't need anything else. Would you consider Mother Sorrow the best or at least very good sword and board tank weapon as an SK? Mother Sorrow is one of the best one-handed weapons in the game, yes. I think it's a bludgeoning weapon, though. It's not a sword, but it's like a hammer. No. Not what it was. He said the same thing to you yeah. Exactly. And then he's just like, good luck. Okay. Best weapon for Spellblade, I think. Best weapon for Spellblade, I'm starting to say argumentatively. Oh, I don't even have it on me anymore. The weapon that drops here is really good for the Spellblade. Something with a proc is really good with the Spellblade. Mother Sorrow has a life tap proc, so yes, very good for a Spellblade. But higher damage proc is better. The reason for that is a Spellblade will have more intelligence, and the procs, at least the proc for this glass shard that drops here, is based on your intelligence. More damage for more intelligence. Yeah, the shardless dagger, yeah. It does 80 damage base plus damage based on your intelligence. And it's a lot of damage based on your intelligence. Like considerably amount. It's 80 damage base. Dex. I got one yesterday and I tested it out. But I think other proc weapons, I believe, do the same thing. So a Spellblade is going to want to have a weapon that has a proc on it. Because they're going to go high dex anyway for their infusions. So they're going to want to proc a bunch. A lot of their DPS is actually going to come from procs. Yeah, Mother Sorrow is very rare. So if you guys want Mother Sorrow, go for it. I encourage you to get it. It's a very, very good item, a weapon. But it's extremely rare. The best weapon in the game... Yeah. All day. That's what I've heard, yeah. So unless you actually have to do something to change it, there's no quest. And people are selling it. If it's a quest item, most quest items are no drop. So you can't sell it if it's a quest item most of the time. Like the earring, the clicky earring is no drop. The measuring stick, no drop. You know, all that stuff. The badge of the Living City quest item, no drop. So, yeah, I highly doubt it's a quest. Yeah. Nice. He probably doesn't either. Sorry, I'm reading on the forums about the post from yesterday that we were talking about with the rules that Trent posted for the play nice policy, and the camps and camp disputes and all that kind of stuff. And the point that I made where their current play nice policy with the camps, the way that they currently are, and the way that they're currently enforcing it, discourages full groups and it encourages smaller groups. People are kind of debating and talking about that a little bit, so I was reading on that. What would you say is the best group spot for level 55 to 60? Is it salmon, or you have a funky idea? So it depends on what you want to do. If you're in a full group, upper salmon is really good. It's probably one of the best. If you can take out giants, giants are good if you want to try to camp some items, but the problem with it is that you have to run really far to pull the giants. So it's not great. It doesn't feel great because those really far pulls, they're kind of spread out. So that's kind of annoying, but you can get some decent items over there. A couple of items. But yeah, I would say upper salmon is probably your best bet. Yeah. Or upper salmon. Whatever it's called. Another good place is actually in Glass Flats, the undead area. If you know where the spiders are, those are higher level. I don't remember what level they go to, though. But those are pretty good. Pretty solid place. Is it lower salmon that's better? Okay, maybe it's lower salmon then. Yeah, I get them confused sometimes. But yeah, salmon is salmon, whatever, is the best. Overall, probably the best place for XP, loot, and everything. You have a lot of mobs in a small area. Most of them are pretty easy to kill. That would be where I would go personally. But if you can't do that, there is a place in Glass Flats up where the spiders are. And then there's also the giants, but I don't recommend XPing on the giants. They're very, very, very bad XP. They're good XP per kill. I mean, they're not hard to kill or anything, but the problem is they're so spread out that you can't really take a full group there and get efficient XP. I cleared up. Must have been going for a while. Not sure if I feel about the Sandstorm, how they currently work. The Sandstorms, yeah, they're supposed to only be 15 minutes or shorter duration. So we don't have that camp problem on the PvP server. Sure you do. It's just a different problem. But you still have a camp problem on the PvP server. I'm not going to get into the PvP debate anymore. PvP in this game is not going to be good. And that's my stance on it. It's not going to change based on anything that anybody says. Unless they fundamentally change PvP. They stay dark blue till 60. A few turn light blue at 59, but it's still insane XP. 3/4 named with good. Yeah, exactly. Upper Saman is, or lower, whichever Saman it is, it's the best place to go from the 55 to 60 range. Absolutely. What are you camping? We are camping Malik, and then there's also another named enchanter that roams in here. Spawns in the hallway and roams in here. Oh boy. Haven't played since raids got removed? Yeah, I feel you. Is there like a certain amount of agility I should aim for while tanking? 255. A lot of agility. If you're tanking, you just want to get as much agility as you can right now. It's the best overall tank stat. But hopefully once they fix the armor class formula bug that's happening, then armor class will be better. And then, yeah, you want to have like as much agility as you can and then as much health as you can. And that's tanking. And then finally as much armor class as you can. Seems the case for most guildies. There's a lot of people that have stopped playing, which I disagree with, but I get it. I just disagree with it. But a lot of people have stopped playing that hit level 60 after they took raids out. But I mean, we're here to test the game. We're not here to just do raids. That's something that irked me about other people that were saying that they had people raid logging, and it's like, why are they raid logging? You literally, they log in, do the raid, log out, and they don't do anything else in the game. They're not good testers. They're just here to play the game as if it was early access already. And it kind of bums me out, but But I get it. I mean, some people put in a lot of time and they don't want to continue to put time in the game. They don't want to burn out before early access. Totally understand that. A lot of us were putting in stupid hours a few weeks, months back. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were. And I get it. I get it. You don't want to burn yourself out, for sure. That was Sean's main reason for not wanting the beta to last a long time, was because he didn't want to invite everyone to the beta, because he didn't want people to burn out before the game actually released and then not want to sub to the game, which is totally understandable because people will absolutely do that. But hopefully when the raids come back in, we'll see how they do it, what they do with it, and kind of go from there. We can still, apparently, you can still farm the scepters for Pustulax. Like, that's still a thing that people could do. And then when they add Pustulax back in, you know, we could have a ton of scepters to spawn Pustulax with. I mean, nobody's over there doing that content. Nobody touches it. It's never happening? Which one? The farming Pustulax scepters? Yeah, people probably won't get on and do that. I would say people that are around level 50, though, should do that. A Pustulax party? Absolutely. I think it would be fun. If I had a character that was around level 50-ish that would get good XP off of those mobs, I would totally make a group over there and just farm it. Especially if I was on like an alt that I'd already put gear on and everything. Yeah, absolutely go over there. "90% of the guild got loot and most people got loot for free." Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A lot of people got loot. That irritates me too. A lot of people got loot, didn't put in any effort, got the loot, and then walked away. And then didn't log back in the game. Yeah. That's... come early access, whatever guild I'm in will be doing it differently. It won't be just... It won't be, oh, you're here for the raid? Cool, you can random the item. It's garbage. You put in the effort, you should have first dibs on the item. Yeah, some people didn't even show up. They didn't even show up to raids, and they still got loot. So, yeah. It's a whole thing. I'm still on the fence if we're going to be joining a guild, staying with Rampage, depending on where they go, joining a new guild on whatever server we go to, or making a guild. I'm still on the fence on all that, so we'll see what happens. I know what I want out of a guild, though, so we will see. Do you want a box or no box? I forgot. I would prefer a no box server. However, they did add in the one box server, and we're right now our group is leaning towards the one box server, but not the full. I will not go to a full box server. Period. If the only options are no boxing or full boxing, I will be doing the no box server. But if they have a one-box server option, which they currently do, but we'll see if that stays that way, then we'll probably go to a one-box server. 70 days? Yeah, 70 days. We'll see what happens. What do you want out of a guild? I'd like to join a guild as well, but not sure what to look for. There's a couple things that I want out of a guild. I want a guild that's willing to push the harder content. I love doing raid content. I love doing in-game content, all of that. So they have to be willing to push that. If there's contested content, they have to be willing to do all of that. Some sort of system, DKP, loot council. I don't really care what the system is, but a fair system, and I need to know that people that are doing it are going to be fair about it. If it's a loot council, it has to be done fairly. If I feel like it's not done fairly, I will immediately leave the guild. But like a DKP system, something where the more you put in, the more you get out of the guild. If you just show up, then I don't like that. And then people being nice to other people, like treating people well, making groups together, helping them out. If you say, hey, I need help killing this boss, it's up right now, and I need help killing it for a quest or loot or whatever, people that are willing to do that, because I'm willing to do that, and I hope that other people will be willing to do that as well. If people in the guild are not willing, like if they're just there for themselves and all they want is get their gear and then they only log in, only do content that gets them something, then I don't want to be in a guild with those people. Like I'm sitting at this camp right now. I'm just going to use it as an example. I'm getting nothing out of this. Literally nothing. I'm sitting at this camp helping Gith get an item for his monk. That's it. That's literally what I'm doing. And I don't mind doing that. And I want other people that will be willing to do that. The reason I don't mind doing it is because Gith oftentimes goes and camps other items and gives them to me. He gives me a lot of things in the game, and he'll camp an item like if I need, here, I'll give you an example. He camped this Monocle of Seeing, so I have a See and Viz clicky. He camped this Dusk Skull for me, so I have that. He camped this clicky bow, so I have the strength buff. He's camped a lot of items for me, and I appreciate that. So because he's camped those, he's like, hey, can you come help me camp this thing? Absolutely, I'll be there. And that's what I want out of a guild, is people that are willing to help other people, even if they don't get anything out of it. Because technically, what am I getting out of this? I'm getting a good friend who's willing to camp things for me as well, and willing to help me out when I say, hey, Gith, Isar in chat, can you come help me kill this? He will, 99% of the time, he'll be like, yeah, give me 2 minutes. Let me get over there. I got to run from town. Give me a teleport, whatever. He'll say yes. He'll absolutely do it. So what I'm getting out of it is a good friend. And what he gets out of it is also a good friend. And that's what I want in a guild, is people that are willing to do that. If you're not willing to do that, I'm not going to help you, and I'm just going to go to a different guild if the entire guild does that. So anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Has to be a bidding DKP system. Yeah, like a bidding DKP system is preferred. A loot council that I actually trust and I feel like is doing it fairly is okay. Like I would be okay with it, but they need to do it fairly. LC DKP system is a thing. You can LC big ticket items and DKP the lesser rate items. What's LC? Loot Council? Is that what LC stands for? Yeah, that's a way to do it. But in this game, pretty much all raid loot is big ticket. Yeah, right now it is for sure. You already got something, so you're now repaying. You aren't doing it for nothing. Well, I've known Gith for over 20 years, like 25 years of MMOs. We've helped each other out a lot. So I'm not getting anything out of this camp for my character, but I'm helping Gith because he's helped me. We help each other. I don't keep track of it. I don't know who's helped who more. I would probably say that Gith has helped me more than I've helped him, most likely, because that's just the way he plays the game. He likes to camp items and stuff. So I would probably say it's heavier on his side than it is on my side. But the point is that we help each other out, no questions asked. We both like the game. We both want to get items out of the game. We both want to get quests done, whatever it is that we want to do. And we're willing to help each other out whenever we need it. So those make the best guilds for sure. They do, yeah. As broken as well as Venom Fang. Did you not get the item that you needed? Oh, or wait, are you talking about the giant that you camped forever? Did you never get that? You have 61 days played on beta? Wow. Oh, okay. It didn't drop the item that you wanted? Oh, really? I didn't know they broke that. Well, that sucks. That might be why, what's his name? Trent was recently, he talked about the play nice policy and some updates to that, and he called out, I think, Venom Fang. Wait, so does that mean all the rats? What about the rat mob, Rotfang in, really? Yeah, I haven't been in there since the last time we went there for XP on my Spellblade. We did get him to spawn, but he only spawned once, and I was there for 2 days. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, personally, I think that those mobs should spawn often, right? And then they should have lesser gear. Like, the gear just shouldn't be as good as other gear. And it should be made for solos and duo and like smaller groups to have named spawns that they can potentially get by just fighting in an area. But the harder or the better gear should come from the harder content that's deeper in the dungeons. That's what they need to do with the itemization, I feel like. Yeah. It's hard, though, because even with my limited guild co-leading experience, a guild needs to be a hardcore guild or a softcore dad guild to succeed. It's not so bad in this game because it's not mechanically taxing, but still need like-minded people. It's more about the like-minded people. For example, our guild in EverQuest 2, well, Isar's guild, he started it with a few people, and I ended up joining. That's how I met Isar's, through our EverQuest 2 guild. That guild was a very hardcore guild, but we had a lot of very laid-back, chill people in it. But they would log in every day. Everybody, for the most part, everybody respected everybody else, and we're all still friends today. Like me, Gith, Gam that you've seen play here, Kaz that you've seen play here, Stein. They all were in that guild back then, and including a lot of other people. A friend of mine named Somna. We had a lot of people in that guild that we still all play games together today. They're all in some way, shape, or form. Well, I'm not in it right now. Where is it at? Oh, shoot. I just started up Pantheon. Ah! My computer's going to crash. They're all in some way, shape, or form in this server. This Bangarang server. And we have 30 or 40 people that we're still friends with because we all got along. Now, there were more people that joined the guild, did not fit with us, and ultimately left, got kicked out, or whatever. But they just didn't fit with our personalities. They didn't fit in our group. They were really good players, amazing good players, and very hardcore players. But I would rather have players that are consistent and nice to each other and get along and we get things done, rather than extremely hardcore, arrogant, like hard-headed players, which we did have a few of those in our day in that guild, but they did not last very long. They were very, very good at the game, but they did not last long in our guild. In fact, they went to a bunch of different guilds, top-end guilds in the game, and got kicked out of a lot of them. So, If you're a more relaxed guild, but a core hardcore players that are carrying the guild, they will eventually burn out and make their own guild or quit. That's what we are, Stability. That's what I'm trying to say. We are the hardcore players that carry the other players. As long as you respect that, then it works out. It's going to sound a little bit egotistical, maybe a little conceited or something. But for example, in that guild, I was the main tank of the guild for many years. No one ever bid against me DKP-wise on any item ever. Ever. If I said I wanted an item, they always gave it to me. 100% of the time. And the reason they gave it to me was because I was always online. I was always there. I never missed a raid. Had 100% raid attendance. I think the only people that had 100% raid attendance was me and Isar. So they never bid against us. They were just like, if without those two people, without the core group of people, this guild would not be as successful as it is. But we also knew, as that main core, that without all of the other people, the guild wouldn't be successful. Because we, like, let's say 6 of us, couldn't kill a raid boss. We needed to have the 24-man raid or whatever it was back then. We needed to have everybody else be there as well. So we knew that, they knew that, and everybody worked well together. So I never had to worry about getting gear on my tank because they're like, hey, you're the main tank of the guild. You're always there. I didn't quit. I didn't not show up after getting an item. You know, I would get my, I would get best in slot gear within a month or two of an expansion, but I would still show up to 100% of raids. That's what I'm looking for in a guild, is people that respect that. People that also, when they get the gear, don't quit. Right? Like, I can't stand that. That is one of the things that irks me more than anything else, is once people get gear, they quit playing the game. I even went so far that when I did quit EverQuest, for the last time, EverQuest 2, when I quit the game, I made sure to get a backup tank, teach them how to do all the mobs, made sure they had all the gear that was needed, and we had them tank every single mob in the game that was available at that time to make sure that they were capable of doing it before I left. I did all of that. The guy's name was Biba. I think he was a paladin in EverQuest. I played a guardian, but he was a paladin in EverQuest. We made sure that guy could tank everything and had as much gear as possible before I left. And that's what I'm looking for in a guild, are people that are willing to do that. You know, it's kind of like when you're in a camp. Let's say I'm in a camp with 6 people. You find your own replacement. I respect you more. If you say, hey, guys, I have to leave in 15 minutes, I respect you some. If you say, hey, guys, got to go, and you just leave, I don't respect you at all, right? So first and foremost, don't just leave a group. Give some sort of notice if you can, and replace your role if you can, in that order of, you know, you get more out of me if you do that. But if you don't do that, then, you know, I'm not going to help you in the future. And I want people that are respectful of that. It's a game. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. It's not. But depending on what you want to get out of the game, you need people like that. It's the same thing. Playing in a sport, that's a game, right? If I play baseball, what if your star pitcher just didn't show up? They get fired. What if your star quarterback didn't show up? You got to replace them, right? It's the same. It's just a game. It's just a game. What if you are working a company and they, you know, you're supposed to be on this sales meeting and you're like the #1 salesperson and you're not on the sales meeting? Same thing. You know, you say it's just a game, and I agree. It is just a game, but it's people like to, they want people to be respectful of other people's time. They want people to be there when they're needed. Like, you know, you're part of a community. You should show up. Same thing I do with family. You know, if my family calls me up and they need something, of course I'm going to be there for my family. You know, same concept. It just because it's in a video game doesn't mean it changes who you are. I am just the type of person that I will do for you, and I expect, you know, in return, we help each other out. I'm not going to keep track of it. I'm not going to be like, oh, I helped you the other day, you have to help me today, you know, or anything like that. I'm not going to keep track of it, but I do kind of expect it. And I think most people do kind of expect it, you know? It's friendships. You're building a community, you're building friendships, you're building relationships. And then the people that say, oh, it's just a game, it's not that serious, cool. Then don't expect to get, if you go into a raid and you never, ever helped anyone in that raid, you just show up randomly whenever you feel like it, and then the best item drops and you don't get it, you can't get upset about that, right? It's just a game, buddy. Just a game. Don't get upset. And that's kind of where I'm going with it, right? Is that. So nobody's getting paid or getting a trophy. Some people are, in fact. It happens all the time. It's a game. It's not that serious. Most borderline R-word take. It is. Yeah, he does that a lot, Stabila. Droid likes to make me lose topic. I guarantee you he takes it more seriously than a lot of people do. Like, I don't even take it that seriously. That's the thing. I don't take it that seriously. But I am serious when I talk about it. But I don't take it that seriously. But I bet you Droid is the person that's like, drops a group at the drop of a hat. Just be like, oh, I don't like this group anymore, I'm going to leave. Also the person that gets mad when they roll and they lose a roll on an item probably also gets upset about that. I'm just guessing here, just speculating. Maybe they don't do it, but I bet they do. And probably also expects things to be given to them when they show up to a raid, even though they put in zero effort. Or mad when I loot too much linen. Yeah, that too. Yeah, super mad. Oh, you're looting all the linen. Why are you looting all the linen, bro? You see me, I'm looting like literally everything. Gith loots almost nothing. It's because he knows if he needs anything, he can just ask me and I'll hand it to him. Hey, you want some linen? Here you go. Here's all the linen I have. He knows. Like, we share stuff. We're just working as a team, right? We're not taking it seriously. To the opposite of what Droid was saying, I don't take it seriously because I just expect other people to treat other people with respect. If we all treat each other with respect, we don't have to take it seriously. We're just having fun. We're just all playing a game and everybody's enjoying it. Gith wants to, but he's always meditating. Nah, he doesn't need to meditate. He's got cannibalism. Or whatever it's called. What is it in this game? I forget. Never rated much at all. Very casual. Never had the best items in any MMO. Okay. Then you play differently than other people. And that's fine. Like, I'm not picking on you for being a casual player. I'm not picking on you at all. But because I am a more hardcore player and I like to do in-game content, and to do in-game content and to do raids, you need people to show up. I prefer people to show up. You want to try to turn that into a negative on me, and it's not a negative. It's just that I expect people to show up. I'm going to show up. I expect you to show up. Do you have to show up 100% of the time? No, you don't. You know, but if you only show up to just the raids that you get gear from or you want gear from, you only show up when it benefits you and you don't want to help other people, you're not the type of person I want to hang out with, you know? And that's just me in real life. That's just literally me, and that's my life and how I deal with it. If a friend of mine is never willing to help me out, I'm not going to be willing to help them out. Why am I friends with them, you know? We're friends because I can call on them when I need to. They can call on me when they need to, even if it's just a talk, you know, like that's friendships. You build relationships. Not this game is hard at all. No, the game's not hard. It's not just that. It's the sense of accomplishment and community when you put the time and work in a raid boss, for example. Yeah, absolutely. The game's not difficult, But it's everybody working together as a team. It's a team effort. We can't kill this raid boss without everybody working together. You know, and everybody deserves people that are willing to work. Like, if you're not willing to put in the effort, then why are you on the team? That should go for anything, any team. You know, if you're doing a school project and you do all of the work, do you think the other people deserve the same grade as you? No, they don't. Like, if you're at your house and you always are the only one that ever cleans your house and does the dishes and cuts the grass, do you want to stay with the other people in your house if they do nothing and they just sit around doing literally nothing and just making a mess all day? No, you don't. Like, it's the same concept. You're going to be a very lonely person. You haven't spoken in the stream for weeks? Yeah, the reason that I'm berating you right now is because when you do speak in the stream, it's always attacking me for my opinion. Always. 100% of the time. And it's because you don't understand it. You disagree with it, and it's just like, it's just a game. So of course I'm going to call it out, dude. Maybe be different sometimes. You know? You can say the same thing about me. I'm always constantly talking, criticizing this game. I do that a lot. People say that a lot, and they're not wrong. I'm not mad about that. I'm not upset that people think that I just do nothing but criticize this game. Because I do a lot, right? So I don't get upset about it. But I do try to tell them why I criticize it a lot. It's because I enjoy the game. Maybe he enjoyed Solo the Dish. Maybe. Has Smoogles ever come to your stream? Smoogles has, yeah, in the past. I've seen Smoogles once or twice. Not a lot. It was a while ago, though. Hint, hint, Rampage killing Nyx is like 14 people versus 35. And 35 still wiping. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, shoot. This ring is unique. I gotta... Oh, boy. Leather working. I don't know. It's a terrible ring. You think I'm mostly a swarmy, arrogant butt. Okay. That's cool. That's fine. That's your opinion, and I appreciate and I respect your opinion on that. I think you do the things that I already said, and you got offended by it. That's the difference between me and you. I appreciate your feedback. I appreciate your perspective. I agree with it sometimes. I can be arrogant. I can be a butt. I can absolutely do those things. You, on the other hand, won't admit that you are wrong sometimes. And you are the way that you are. So, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what to tell you. What level is my enchanting now? My enchanting is Wiccan Look. Like 250 something, 251. So if anybody needs anything made, by the way, I've said this many times since we're talking about that real quick. Like, I've got most of my trade skills leveled up to at least 230 or higher. If you want anything made, if you have the components for it, I'm happy to make it absolutely free for you. I do not charge anything. I'm on a lot. Just let me know, and I will make you the stuff. So alchemy is at 238. I can make most of the potions. Blacksmithing is 230. You know, like enchanting is 251. So if you want stuff made, just let me know. Give me the items, the components, and I will absolutely make it for you. If I have the components, I might even make it for you for free, but I don't necessarily always have the components. Okay. Yeah, we do whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah. Oh, she dropped the boots? Okay. Yeah, we can we can farm that too. Yeah, but it's fun to have. And we like our clickies. Yeah, a lot of higher level players quit. Yeah. Apparently there's people in OOC and stuff that are trying to act like we there's a quest for this. If there is a quest for this and you guys tell me, I'll just do that, but I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure people have said that it drops. So that's what we're kind of finding out. Maybe I'll learn that it's a quest all along, and we sat here and wasted a bunch of time. Could happen. Not worried about it. What drop? The vest that drops here? It's a vest of the Glass Viper. So normally you kill this guy, the name that spawns here. Malik the Glass Viper, or whatever his name is. You kill him, and he has a vest on him that's no rent. You've seen the broken vest drop? Yeah, the broken vest drops 100% of the time. And then he also drops another item. But I've never seen the statted vest. He has a statted version of it that's really good for leather wearers. I have heard from some people say that it drops. It can drop sometimes with another item. And then I've also heard some people say that it is a quest. But the people that say that it is a quest won't tell me how to do the quest. So we're going to sit here and camp it. Wouldn't it make sense that the broken version needed to be repaired? It would absolutely make sense. So if that's how you do it, then cool. I will I'll just go do the quest or repair it or whatever needs to be done. But I don't know how to do it. Cultist had the same thing, had a broken lamp that was trash. Yeah, that's true. The cultist has the broken lamp, and then every once in a while it spawned as a not broken lamp, which gave you... Oh, where's my lamp? I don't know where my lamp went. Oh, well. Probably put it in the bank accidentally. But yeah, then you can get the cultist lamp that has the purple light on it. Any idea what the next rework going to be? I don't, unfortunately. Yeah, don't know. Hopefully we'll know soon. We do know that the deep stuff is hopefully going to be coming in by the end of July or early August. We're just waiting on art for those to be finished, and ZBrushed is working on those currently. So hopefully soon on that. I've been dying to get back into the game, but really don't want to go back until Ranger, Cleric, Shadow Knight comes out. Yeah, I suspect we'll probably see Ranger pretty soon. Cleric, I don't know. Cleric and Shadow Knight, I don't know. There's a 3 you got your eye on? Yeah. Hopefully they're good classes. I think that Ranger will be soon. Because I would put it up there with the Beastmaster. As far as like changes that need to be made and stuff. So yeah, that one just recently happened. I think I saw him yesterday working on beard models. Yeah, Zukin was. Or ZBrush was. Sorry. Yeah, he's got, he was saying earlier in stream, in the stream here, he was saying that he's got like 6 different hairstyles, beard styles, and maybe facials things that he's working on right now. So yeah. He's currently working on it. He said he's going to stream later today too. If you want to see more of that content, see more of the streaming, I encourage people to go check it out. I know not everybody's into art, but if you like art, or if you just want to know more about the art in Monsters and Memories, definitely check it out. He'll probably stream here a little bit later today. Is there a leatherworker area in this cave or area in general? No. What do you need for leatherworking? I've got a leatherworking toolkit on me somewhere. Yeah, I've got my toolkit, but I don't have. I don't think you can do leatherworking like table or anything here. If that's what you mean by LW. Maybe the vest needs to be made a specific table. Maybe. It's very possible, but I have... somebody was in chat. A couple people actually have been in chat and told me that it just drops. It's just a drop on the mob, and it can drop with the vest and another item at the same time. So it's just like a very rare chance that that vest will drop. But I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Could be a leatherworking thing. Could be a lot. Maybe it could be ultra rare, yeah. Like crazy rare. It could also be a quest that somebody else does, and it spawns Malik here, and then it drops the item. But you have to do the quest somewhere else. Because they have that in the game as well, where you have to like do a quest in one zone to trigger a named in a different zone. So I have no idea. You know, how I look at it is it's probably... The stats seem pretty good. Yeah, stats are really good. It's probably like the Cultist Lamp. But the Cultist Lamp, when you go and try to kill for the Cultist Lamp, you're killing a bunch of cultists. So you could kill like 100 of them, you know, and then get the lamp to drop. So your chances of getting the cultist lamp are higher. This one, it's specifically that named has to spawn. So it could be like a 1% drop chance. And that might be why it's so rare. But again, I don't know. It's all statistics, you know. Is the cultist lamp as bright as the pale lantern? No, because it's a different color. Like it's purple, so the cultist lamp is purple, and because of that, it kind of appears to be darker. Do skills actually matter? They do, yes. Yeah. So it depends on the skill. But if you're talking about double attack, your double attack skill allows it to proc more often. So every time you swing a weapon, you have a chance to double attack. The higher your skill, the higher chance you have to double attack. Your offense skill matters when it compares to the defense of the character you're fighting. So if I have 100 offense and they have 100 defense, this is not the exact math. I don't know the formulas. But if I have 100 offense and they have 100 defense, it's like a 50-50 chance that I'll hit them. If I have 150 offense and they have 100 defense, it's like, you know, a 25% chance. Or sorry, it's like a 75% chance I'll hit them or something. If they have higher defense than my offense, then my chance to hit them is lower. So that's basically how it works. The percentages I don't know, but it compares your offense to their defense. And then I'm not sure how like your slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning takes into account on that. I believe those are also included with your chance to hit, but also on top of that, your damage that you do with them. So if you have 100 in your slashing and you hit something with 100 slashing, you'll have higher chance of doing more damage. If you have 300 in slashing, you have a chance of doing more damage. I believe is how those work. Pale Lantern is so white compared to the yellowy lamps. Yeah, this is the Pale Lantern that Gith's using. It's so much brighter. And I think it's because it's like that white light, you know, it's like a white LED light versus a yellow incandescent light. Then I guess Dex goes into the Formula 2 in the case of getting hit. Yeah, Dex increases your chance to hit. So it's kind of like attack power, right? There's a hidden attack power in the game. Your offense, your specific skill with slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, and your dexterity all go into your chance to hit, your attack power chance to hit, and damage. So it kind of all factors in. But your dexterity is only going to increase your chance to hit and your proc chance. So if something has like slightly more defense than your offense, dexterity is important to get you to that higher offense. So it's really dexterity for hitting an enemy is really only good for hitting enemies that are higher level than you. If they're lower level than you, dexterity is less impactful. It still helps, but not nearly as much because your offense is going to be higher than their defense most likely. So you're just most likely going to hit them more often. Man, I'm really looking forward to my wedding this weekend. I'm very happy for my friend. I gotta look into that though. I need to look at. I want to look at the venue, like where it's located and stuff. I gotta figure that out. Try to pull it up on my phone. Oh, that place looks pretty cool. Very, very cool. Okay, how do I get out of this? So I'm scrolling through a bunch of pictures for this location for this wedding. Oh my goodness, she spawned. Haven't seen her all day. There might have been a group that was killing her or the placeholder outside. There was earlier. I don't know if they're still there. But they definitely killed the placeholder of this once, at least. Yeah, this looks good. This wedding venue I'm going to looks really cool. I'm excited. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. Okay, yeah, that might have been what was going on. I don't know. So you know how they changed those all the shards or the glinting scales or whatever for Glinting Hollow? When you die now, they all stay on your character. Yeah, it's freaking annoying. They gotta fix that, man. It's just so silly. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I think you get the first one, and then when you do the next one, it just updates that one. Your original one, it just updates it for the next tier. I need to go and just put those in the bank, though, because I'm clearly not going to use them right now. Yeah, maybe it'll keep going higher and eventually get to like a raid boss or something that has some good loot. Okay. Yeah, let me check on that. See what time that's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be 3:30. $3:25 is my appointment, so I'll have to leave a little bit before that. So like 3:15 probably. I'll head out. How many Malik spawns did you get so far this stream session? 2, 3, 3. Yeah, Esar says 3. 3 sounds right to me. Yep. Yeah, it's been 3.5 hours. I would say 3 hours that we've been here. Maybe a little bit more than that. Spawns every 9 minutes. Well, placeholder spawns every 9 minutes. So you can kind of get an idea. We've been here for 3 hours. That's how many total minutes? 60, so 180 minutes. Let's math it out. Calculator. 3 hours times 60 minutes equals divided by 9 equals. So we've had 20 total spawns approximately, and 3 of those. So divided by 3 equals. So what's that, like a 6% chance that it spawns? Am I doing that right? No, that seems wrong. 3 out of 20. Yeah, 6%. Isn't that right? Approximately. Yep. Which is also why I don't think there's an actual quest, because if there's a quest and they want this camp, they would just tell us how to do the quest. Let's look and see what's going on the old Discord. Monsters and memories. Any news? No news, no announcements. Spell fizzles and resist. This is still going. I'm surprised this is still going. Yeah, I think this is a good way to say that. I wouldn't call it unplayable because it's not unplayable, right? It's not unplayable. But the fizzles, resist, and unstable ports feel a bit too rough. I do agree with that. Is this conversation still happening where we got... Oh, wow. These are still going today. How to encourage grouping without doing major changes to a class so they can't solo. Give more XP. I see this topic a lot on YouTube. That it is hard to get a group because you get better XP soloing. This makes it hard for someone that wants to play a class. Hard to solo. This has always been an issue with certain classes in any MMO. I cannot remember what game... I think it was EQ that I made it so you got more XP in a group than soloing. I believe there was a formula for each person that was added to the group. The full group got the most XP. There will always be folks that solo for the challenge of it or because they don't have the time. It'll also be more difficult to get group as the server ages because most of the folks are playing our higher level. This is just an idea. Solo seemed to help. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Encouraging groups is the best way to do that and give them solo, like increase the XP for groups is, I think, the best way to do that. And then we're basically caught up on that. Okay. Let's see. PvP forums have literally had nothing new in them since yesterday when we looked. So I can't hate scroll. Man, I can't hate scroll today. Just kidding. I'm not going to hate scroll. Trouble grouping. I had no trouble so far on your monk. Sub 30. Yeah, sub 30, it's not hard. Especially since you level quickly at lower level. And you don't realize... Hang on one second. Yeah, you don't realize how much faster solo XP is over group XP at those lower levels because group XP just feels really fast at lower levels. Like low level XP is very fast. From like 1 to 20, it's not a huge difference. Because it just happens so quickly. But as you get to higher levels, it definitely starts to open up, and soloing becomes the clear winner. Give some classes a ritual of summoning in groups. So much easier to make and maintain. That's another thing, yeah. That's another great point is they took away the ability to summon the Elementalist, summon Call of the Hero, basically. But what they should do, I think, piggybacking on that, Stabila, is taking an item, make it a vendor bought item that costs some amount of money, make it based on the level of the player. So if you are level 1 to 10, it's 1 silver. If you're 10 to 20, or sorry, 11 to 20, it's 10 silver. If you're, higher level, it costs more money. You see what I'm saying? Make it a vendor bought item. That would help with the economy. And then it takes 3 people, minimum 3 people, to summon 1 additional person. 1 person clicks the item, and then 2 other people contribute to that. That would be a really good way to do it. And it would make it replacing members in a group, especially deep down in a dungeon, easier. And I think that quality of life would absolutely help out in getting players willing to venture in other locations. Something like that would be cool. At 59, you can get 2 to 3 bubbles per hour. Group takes, when you're solo. Group takes about an hour for 1.5. It's so bad. Yeah. It's crazy difference. Maybe give it a 20-minute cooldown. Yeah, 20-minute cooldown could be good. Yeah, give it some sort of long cooldown, but make it an item base that you have to buy. I think it's a great idea, and I wish they would do something like that. Yeah, and it's not only the 25 minutes running there though. Like it's the 25 minutes running there, and then what if you are a fighter? Because it's like the worst class in the game as far as utility. They don't have invis, they don't have feign death, they don't have run speed buffs. They literally have nothing. So for a fighter to get to your camp, wherever your camp may be, requires a lot of effort. There's a huge tax on fighters. And I think that having the ability to be able to summon a replacement tank to your party, or replacement any class to your party, is just really nice. Make it even where it only works within the zone. Like, you shouldn't be able to summon somebody from across the entire world, maybe. But at least within the zone. So then they have to get to the zone, then you can summon them to you. They can put a lot of restrictions on it to make it, to keep that old school feel, but just give Elemental's Call the hero back. Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't really want to circumvent the slow travel. They want the big, slow world to be the experience. They do, and I'm okay with that. I love that there is a massive world, and it takes time to get to places. But I do feel like replacing party members in a group deep down in a dungeon is so tedious and annoying right now that very few people are going to be willing to do it and want to do it. And as they get more players in the game, maybe that'll help spread out the player base. Like if there's 1,000 people that are trying to all get into Wormsbane, clearly there's not enough mobs in there for those people, so they'll start to spread out into other dungeons and they'll go to other places. So maybe it'll be alleviated some as they get to higher player count. But yeah, eventually though, when the player count starts to drop back down, it's just going to make those places completely barren, and then we're going to have mass, like we do right now, entire zones that have nobody in them. Places like Telekir that rarely has more than one group of people in them. Blacktide Bay, the other day when I was in Blacktide Bay, I was the only player in there for hours. No one was in Blacktide Bay. Glinting Hollow, you go in there sometimes and there's maybe only like 1 or 2 people in there. Sunken Resort, nobody goes to that. Like, that's just awful to get to. Grimtide Sanctum, people don't go to that. It's my favorite dungeon in the game. Nobody's going to go to it. Not unless there's just everything else is camped. Then maybe people will go to those. So having a larger player base will definitely help with that. But how big of a player base are we expecting this game to have? How many players like on a server at any given time? And then how many of those at certain level ranges? So it's going to be rough. A zone or maybe +1 zone, neighboring zone Yeah, something like that. Or maybe even have it to where, like something like that, Stabila, where I could go to a wizard spire as a non-wizard and click on something, and if 3 people at the wizard spire can all click on the item, you could summon a player to that spire from anywhere in the world, rather than having to get a wizard or a druid to teleport you. It is nice that a wizard, it's a benefit to it being a wizard or a druid, but being able to teleport people to those locations would also be really nice. And then from there, just make it a little bit easier to replace groups, a little bit easier. Add 1 summoning stone per zone, perhaps, or just to the zones that already have teleports to them. That would be enough. We're in the low 40s leveling again now, and we are totally skipping Glinting Hollow this time because of the key quest. Way too hard to find a random group member who has also done the key. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt for sure. Absolutely, it's a pain in the butt. But those are the kind of things that this dev team wants. They like to have that friction, I think is what they like to call it. They like that friction. And I mean, some people are going to like it, some people aren't. I just don't want, they want a niche game. It is Niche Worlds Cult, right? They want a niche game. But how niche of a game do you want it to be? Oh, I forgot to loot it again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that and then drop it just so we know. But yeah, if they don't want to make this game too niche, right? Make it niche enough. I don't mind the friction, to be honest, but once the novelty of running everywhere runs out, it's going to drive casual players away. Yeah, it will. I say the same thing about the sandstorms, the darkness in the game. Those are all very cool the first couple times you deal with them. Then they just become annoying and tedious and unfun. And then it's just like, oh my god, another one? I'm just going to log out or AFK 15 minutes while we wait for this storm, right? That's the whole thing. Like they are fun at first, but the only people that are going to continue to deal with those are going to be your hardcore players. And the casual players are going to eventually get to the point where they're just like, I just don't really want to deal with it anymore. They're going to log out if there's a sandstorm. They're going to not want to run around at night. It's just not fun. So I've been trying to advocate for the casual player for a while, but I don't know. Maybe I'm too hardcore to understand the casual player. I don't think I am. I totally get the casual player. Campfire grind style a bit static. Literally, it is static. I feel like they should balance the campfire aspect a bit more so you don't feel the need to throw down a campfire each time you're grinding. 15% XP boost is too much. Maybe reduce it to 10. Maybe change it to something else altogether, as an XP buff to a campfire seems kind of excessive and makes stationary gameplay kind of mandatory. Well, the gameplay is mandatory. You're not supposed to be going from hub to hub, I feel like. I feel like it confines you to one spot. It does, yeah. I don't know. I believe it used to be 25%. Posted 2 years ago, so I'm relatively happy when it got bumped down to 20 to 15. I agree. It seems odd. Kind of make it mandatory instead of super minor HP regen buff or something. Yeah, I do think that the HP regen or health or a mana regen buff from campfires would be better. I like the campfires too, but the XP value from it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But you should have a benefit to having the campfire, to where it's always going to be a benefit and always going to be necessary. I think sandstorms and various weather effects push people into and out of various zones. It does, Westmort. I agree. When the sandstorm happens, people tend to not want to be in that zone. I think the sandstorms are cool, though. But I think, personally speaking, I think sandstorm should be attached to something. Like, attached to an event. And then, so when the sandstorm happens, there's a reason to be in the zone and participate in this whatever's happening with the sandstorm. Rather than it just being a punishment. Because that's what it currently is. The sandstorms right now are nothing but a punishment. So if they were to change that and make it like the dragon, for example, in Glass Flats that spawns when a sandstorm happens, if they were to change it and say there's always an event, there's something to do in a sandstorm to bring people to the zone, I think that would be a better way to do it. Going for a run? Good luck on this. Thank you so much, Stabila. Take care, bud. Appreciate you coming by and chatting with us. Have fun. Like the idea of rangers using herbs to enhance campfires and give extra buffs like mana regen. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to be doing. Is they're going to have like a foraging ability, and that forage ability is supposed to allow them to get items to be able to make campfires better and use them for like special bandages and whatnot. But that's the idea. What the heck's Burl sending me messages for? Let me check that. Hang on. Eminem taskbar notification. When Eminem is not the active window, tell receive should make the taskbar. I mean, it's a good idea, but I don't know if they have the capabilities of doing that. Maybe they do. Tried out Blacktide Bay in lower teens, and it turned into a bit of a fiasco with the waterfalls. Someone got turned around, fell down. Dungeon strongholds that have such a wide leveling range should have better method for leaving. I agree. Really seems like there should be either a sort of hidden but intuitive way to get back up the waterfalls. Maybe they are watched by Patrol Sentry, so it's not a free run. Yeah. I agree with that. That's part of the reason people don't want to go to some of these dungeons and go deep down, is because they're a pain in the butt to navigate and to get in and out of, and then the rewards aren't worth it. That's part of the thing that I was talking about. But I totally agree with that. Making ways to get in and out of dungeons should absolutely be easier than it currently is. I mean, I love that the game is punishing and you know, hard to get to locations and all that kind of stuff, but reward people for doing it, you know? I feel like they're just discouraging all the time. It's nothing but discourage, discourage, discourage. And we need to reward. Big fan of corpse popping to the entrance after a few hours. Yeah, something like that maybe. That feels kind of... I mean, I get your idea, and I don't disagree with it necessarily, but it feels kind of forced. You know, like having the corpse just pop to the zone entrance. Pantheon's kind of doing something like that, where you can summon your corpse to the entrance. One thing that I will say about Pantheon doing it, though, the idea that they came up with is if your corpse is way down in the dungeon, you can summon the corpse to you, but it counts as a res. And it's a 0% res, so you can't get an XP res if you summon your corpse. And that's kind of an okay idea, you know? Like that could work. So you can forego the XP if you just want to get your corpse back. Maybe. You're trying to get the vest? What are you camping this for? Yeah, we're trying to get the vest, Pokey. Do you like the new forum? No. Oh my goodness, both named at the same time. Have you gotten the vest here before, Pokey? Yeah. Need them both at the same time. Looks bad, feels bad. Yeah, the entirety of the forum is hate to say it, it's backwards. Yeah, it's taking a step back. That is a good way to put it. Got the vest and your 50 Spellblade. Still need the dagger. So, question. It just drops, right? It just drops off the mob and it dropped with another item? You didn't have to do a quest or anything? Because people... I think they're trying to get us to leave the camp and saying that it's a quest. And we're like, okay, tell us what the quest is. And we're like... The real vest replaces the damage vest? That's what I thought, yeah. That's what I assumed. Anyway, people are trying to like get us to leave the camp because they want to camp it. We got the bracer plus the real vest drop. No quest. Nice. Nice. They just want to take... Yeah, that's what it is. They're just mad that we're at the camp. But yeah, we've gotten every other item. We have not seen the vest once. Well, we've seen the broken vest, the damage vest. We've gotten 2 of the daggers, like 5 or 6 of the wrist. I know Burl got 2 wrist, Mimi got 2 wrist, and I have at least 1 more in my bank. I looted it that time, I remembered. Yep, just looted it and dropped it. Won the roll for the vest against a monk. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough for them. Yeah, we're trying to get it for Isar for his monk. That's what we've been camping it for. Man, I'm getting my hair cut and I have so many text messages for my haircut that I signed up for. I got a text message yesterday, another one to this morning, and then another one just now saying it's coming up. Got 3 text messages in 2 days to remind me that I'm getting a haircut. Ugh. Oh, what were we doing? I was looking at something. Black Tide Bay, that's right. I agree. I don't know if I'm missing something or not, but there's no way to get back up or even the tiniest waterfall by a spider gnome. It's barely higher Yeah, that's definitely rough. Don't jump down the waterfalls is the thing. Anon on hides class level on friends list. Please fix. Does it really? Friends. It does. That's weird. Well, actually, I think it does that on purpose. There's like a reason for that. And it's probably because they don't... Probably for PvP reasons. But they don't want you to know, like, be able to just add somebody to the friends list. And then know all that information. Camped it for 2 days, got 2 daggers, 1 vest, a bunch of other drops. Yeah, I get tons of other drops. So we're got to be getting pretty close. If you got 2 daggers and 1 vest in 2 days, and we're on our 3rd day, we're due for a vest. We are very due for a vest. Looks like people are already talking about the reasoning for it. Any leather with strength dex? There's a lot. Yeah, this particular vest is a leather with strength dex and stamina, I think, on it. It's got really good stats. On PvP, both people need to be friends. Yeah, that's what I'm reading on there. That's what it looks like. Is that both people need to be friends on there to show up. Well, I mean, they both need to show up here, but you can click on this offline right here. And you can friend people. That way. Can you not? You can't do that on PvP though. You can't see the online, or you can't see the offline or something. Spare ones that you're not looking for. Oh, leather with strength and dex. No, there's only the chest piece is the only leather with strength and dex on it. There's boots, leather boots that have wisdom, and then there's int bracers. And then there's a dagger. And then there's a monk ring or a monk knuckles. Then there's a crappy charisma ring and a good charisma staff. I believe those are all the items at this camp. On PvP, if one group is at Malik and another group wants it, they just kill them. Yeah. I'm sure they do. That's partly why I don't want to play on PvP. Because if I was just sitting here with Gith and we're just kind of chilling, we want to be able to just sit here and chill and camp this item, right? We are only going to kill the mobs that we have to kill, which are the mobs that spawn in this room, because if Malik spawns, he's going to aggro all the other stuff in the room. And that's all we want. We don't want any more than that. And we don't want to have to... Like, I want to be able to tab out, be able to go AFK, be able to go to the bathroom, you know, and just have, like, a chill time. And I don't want to have to sit here and just constantly stare at my screen and wait for the possibility of somebody showing up to PvP. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of PvP. Not in a game like this. I love PvP, like League of Legends. That's fun. Or doing team-based PvP. Super fun. You know, stuff like that. Awesome. But I don't like PvP where in a game that is very much going to be a slower played game. PvP in this game is bad? It is, yes. That's kind of my point. That's where I was going with all that. It's just bad. It's not balanced. It's not fair. It's just, you know, are you outnumbered or are you outgunned? And that's it. I mean, it's just not good. Was hoping there was some gloves, wrist drop. Need to upgrade my gear, but can't find any on the market auction. Yeah, I don't have much in the way of extra leather gear with strength decks, like melee leather gear. I put it on my Spellblade or my Beastmaster, all the stuff that I had. Just rogues backstabbing out of stealth and monks SKFD training. Yeah. The group's running around 4 or 5 people with a druid with tracking and bard ganking people. Yep. That's exactly it. I'm glad that somebody from the PvP server also recognizes that. Because every once in a while, somebody from the PvP server will come in here and just be like, no, it's not like that at all. And I feel like those people are just trying to get other people to join the PvP server because it's a dead server so that they have people that they can go gank and pick on. I mean, I don't think it's always that way, but I feel like a lot of times that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to get you to come kill them. You can't even fight monks, Shadow Knight, and Necros. They'll run into mobs and feign death. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, really, really annoying. Yeah, or the people that have a knockback and they just knock you back like you're at the top of Fallen Pass waiting for somebody to come up the ramp, and as soon as you come up the ramp, they just knock you off the top of the ramp and you fall and die. That's, you know, that's fun. That's exactly what I want out of my PvP experience. People just using cheesy mechanics to kill you all the time. That's why I won't go to PvP. That's exactly why. Customize fires to show if looking for more or will be dispersing soon. I think it'd be cool if we could tell from afar whether a camp is looking for more or are wrapping up. Perhaps the campfire could burn different colors depending on... That's actually a good idea. Like, it's like signal fires, right? Hey, we're gonna light a red fire to like, or a blue fire or whatever to signal to other players. I actually kind of like that idea. It sounds fun. All right, what else we got? Self-inflicted death by fireball number 5. What? I'm sure it's a feature, not a bug, but it's starting to get old. Even when you're super careful with glyph casting, every now and then you miss the resist element you're trying to cast is fireball, or the exodus you're trying to cast is an ice bolt. One-shot self-inflicted deaths are not fun. I mean... Don't use the glyph system. I don't know. Is this nuking self down now does 0 damage? Is this intentional change different? Last patch. Behavior not mentioned in notes. Direct damage spells will cast, but log to say 0 damage. Yeah. I personally feel like it should be intended. Like, you should be able to hurt yourself. Personally. Absolutely should be intended. Global chat channel. Oh, we don't need this. We definitely don't need global channels, man. That would be a disaster. People would just be arguing all day long. OOC is already bad enough sometimes. Global channels can be trashed. It would be rough. It would be very toxic. I would opt out of the global channel very quickly. Didn't they have those in Final Fantasy XIV? I can't remember. Maybe they didn't. They had like the groups that you could make, link shells or whatever they were called. I don't think they had a global channel though. Eating today old drunken Thai noodles and veggies. Still delicious. Sounds good to me. I love some like ramen and noodles and stuff. I love that kind of food. Absolutely love it. Dude, it is so hard to level survival. This is just bonkers. That's the second time I've gone through 25 dark blue bandages like that and gotten 0 skill ups. I've done that twice. That's 50. That's basically 50 with no skill ups. That's nuts. Sunken Resort, 40-hour feedback. We read that yesterday. Appreciate the feedback. It's first pass, so adjustments were planned, but I won't get those before August. Yeah. This feels bad to me. Like, I appreciate that they're looking at it. They acknowledged it, all that kind of stuff. But I don't like that. It's, you know, it's a first pass and we put it into the game kind of thing. Like, can we? It's beta though, so I don't know. It's a weird way to think about it. I guess it is beta, and we need to be testing things, and they are using us as actual testers. But sometimes I feel like we need to get things in a little bit more polished, or just not use it as an excuse. Right? Does that make sense? Like, I'm not trying to pick on them, but I'm just trying to say, like, we get that it's a first pass. Here's our feedback based on this first pass, and here's what needs to be changed. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. I don't know. But, just feedback heard. We appreciate it. We're planning on making changes. Something like that. Translocate pet to stable. Just an idea, but would be great option for a druid or wizard to be able to teleport pets back to a stable. That's actually not a bad idea. Sometimes I've had it along with someone else. It would be a fun idea to be able to just punt it back to the stable like you could do for the quest. That's actually a really cool idea. I like that a lot. Rather than at level 50, all of a sudden your Beastmaster can just open up a stable and you just have all your pets in one area. Have it to where you have a spell to send them back to a stable or something. Be kind of neat. Cantrips. The spells you need for a corpse run are rarely the spells you need for combat. There's 10 slots total for a character. Oh, yeah, the cantrip system, yeah. That's this is the same thing that I thought of. Like, you normally you want to cantrip the spells you need for combat, but you don't necessarily have, like, Invis or Speed of the Wild or, like, your buffs on your bar. You only put them on your bar when you need to cast them, and then they're off your bar. A lot of times, right? So, yeah, the whole cantrip system just kind of feels bad. I mean, I like the idea of it. I don't know what they could do to really change it. What do you like best? What do you like the most about M&M? The community feel. Getting to make new friends and go on an adventure that makes my butt pucker with fear is the best. Oh, jeez. Hey, we got a knuckle. I feel like cantrips can be good if you lose your secondary spellbook via death. Then that third corpse run with cantrips can be vital. Well, your secondary spellbook should be in the bank. And you should, when you die, go to your bank, memorize the spells you need, and put your spell back in the bank. And then you don't lose it. That would be my recommendation. Like, I don't know how you're doing it. But yeah, memorize your spells that you need for the corpse run, and then put that spell book back in the bank. And then when you get to your you've been doing it wrong. Yeah. Don't just keep it. Don't just keep it on your inventory. Thought you had to keep your spell book. Nope, you sure don't. You can absolutely memorize spells and then put the book away. So just get the, like, that's why I say buy a secondary spell book and only put spells that you would use for a corpse run in it. Like Speed of the Wild or Invis or Teleports, buffs, things like that. And then once you get back to your corpse, you pick up your book, your main book, and do it. Yeah. Then it's not on your waist and doesn't look cool. That is true. That is true. The looking cool I can't help you with. I mean, I don't look cool ever. So, can't help you with that one. This is the class I wanted in MMO. I adore how they built the ranged DPS class, getting the kite. Jump behind a tree and break spellcasters' line of sight. Yeah. I feel bad for this guy. Like nobody responded to their post. I'm gonna respond. My favorite part of M&M is the Here we go. I'm going to respond to that guy because I feel they're trying to start a cool conversation with people and nobody's taking them up on it. So I'm gonna throw a bone. I appreciate their willingness to do that. All right, what else can we read here? Map item idea, not quality of life. Semi-rare items of no detail maps of certain areas. Some maps have hints to treasure. Yeah, they talked about doing this already. As a new player, I'm loving the game, but I have no idea what is out there, and I'm still too low level to explore and worry about losing my corpse. But if I have a random map of some sort, that would give me a taste of what's out there and keep me excited to explore it. I kind of get that. Map can be traded since it might give hints. Yeah. I need to make my my YouTube video. I haven't done that for Glinting Hollow. All right, let's see. Spellbook renaming. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah. Be able to rename your spellbook something. Buff base speed, nerf Sal, and the like. I agree. 1000%. Like I've been saying that one for a while. Absolutely buff base speed a little bit. And nerf Sal speed a lot of bit. They could take 30% off of Speed of the Wild and then add in 15% to base speed and be done with it. Open new tell window changes. What? Is there a way to stop tell window from popping up in the middle of my screen? I have the open new tell window option enabled. I get a tell and the window appears in the middle of my screen. I don't know how that works. I didn't even know that was a thing. Didn't even know. Yeah, and Crypt would be the person to ask for that for sure. Rare mob immunities. It's silly. Leveling up to get better abilities to fight harder things, except the things worth fighting are immune to all of it. Chasing the cheese wheel to make sure no one has any fun is going to strip the game of any excitement. I don't care if a druid can kite a named mob. My fighter can't even use one of the only useful abilities it has to stun one. These arbitrary band-aid fixes are starting to add up if it takes a drastic patch. I mean, I get where they're coming from. I don't know. I don't agree with it necessarily. Alright, what is this guy saying? He played a wizard elementalist and they couldn't kill a rare mob. We changed to a paladin SK and now we're duo yellow rare mobs at level 30 without even needing to use our cooldowns. The devs decided to punish most classes because of the possibility of a few classes having fun, and in the process made their game unintuitive. Well, keep leveling and then you'll realize that the Paladin Shadow Knight duo is not as strong as the Wizard Elementalist duo for XP values. So it's a different thing. They're going to realize very quickly that Shadow Knight Paladin do not have the best utility. I'm surprised the Shaman Beastmaster... They're saying that the Shaman Beastmaster wasn't as good as their Paladin SK. Well, there's no way. Yeah, I don't believe it either. Yeah, like if that's if true, that's insane. I don't think it's true at all. Like a Shaman Beastmaster should be the one of the best combos. Shaman Beastmaster, Shaman Fighter, Shaman Monk, Shaman Spellblade. Those are all insanely good. Paladin SK. I mean, I'm sure you can do stuff with it, but that sounds awful. Yeah, Shaman Monk is solid as well. Shaman with any melee DPS class, really, except for Rogue. Even with the Rogue, it's not that bad, but Any player bar to pet summon target frame or pet summon autofocus player when out of combat. I do a lot of buffing outside of West Bank. Sometimes people move fast enough that I can only target their pet summon to buff. However, unlike the target frame for players, there's no bar under the pet summon. Ah, I see what they're saying. Okay. Please have pet summon autofocus to the player when out of combat. It's kind of a weird thing to ask just for buffing. Like, I buff a lot of people, so I want to be able to buff people easier. It's a weird ask, but I guess I get where they're coming from. It is kind of a weird ask, though. Like, your pet should just target you when not in combat? Is that... I guess that's what they want? That's what it seemed like. Okay. It's like a dog, like, staring at their owner. Waiting for that command, right? You want me to get the ball? How about now? You want me to get the ball now? Can I go? Can I get the ball? Oh, man, that's funny. People really like buffing people. It's a whole play style. It is, yeah. They defend casting level 60 buffs on level 1 players. They do. They do. People love the buffing. They like to sit in town and buff people. I find it weird, but understandable. I feel like some people do that. They want to show off their level 60 character and, like, look at me and my level 60 character and what buffs I can give you. And it's nice, you know. It's kind of like when you have a level 60 character with really good gear, and they sit them at the, they sit them right outside the bank to show off all their cool loot. You know, it's kind of like that. People like to feel powerful and like to feel good. It makes sense. I get it. I don't agree with the level 60s buffing level 1s. I don't think that they should get crazy good buffs like that, but I totally get why people want to do it and why people want the buffs. But yeah, it's weird psychology, man. Weird psychology. Some stuff is busted. I got Prickly Barrier, dealt 30 plus damage. Yeah, it's 30 damage per hit with that one. Use that to level fast on my little Necro. I went sprinting, tagging stuff. Everything died attacking me. Yep. Yeah, that's why I disagree with it. Yeah, that's exactly why I disagree with it. But it's funny because that's why the casual players want it. But they don't realize it's actually hurting their casual play more than it's helping their casual play. So that, like, and here's what I mean by that. A casual player will say, it's really nice getting those buffs because it allows me to go and solo and get some XP. And then they follow that up with, because it's hard for me to find a group to do the content. And it's like, the reason it's hard for you to find the group to do the content is because people are buffing those low-level players, and they're better off soloing. So you just have like 6 low-level players with high-level buffs running around soloing, rather than 6 low-level players grouping up together and XPing together. That's why you can't find a group, because they're all doing the same thing that you're doing, because it's faster and easier. So, yeah, you like it, but you also hate it at the same time. You just don't realize why you hate it. And that's the reason why. You don't like it because everybody else is also doing it. I mean, that's at least my interpretation of what's happening. You don't have people low level group like making groups and forming up and actually fighting content. Instead, they would rather run to the bank, get a 10-minute 30 damage shield buff, and then run out, kill a bunch of mobs for 10 minutes, and then run back in and get the buff again. And just every 10 minutes run to the bank. They would much rather do that than form a group. Return of the Adventurer Journal. Look no further than the Adventurer Journal, inspired by Tome of Knowledge. I mean, it's a pretty cool idea. They have a journal in the game, though. I guess they're trying to, like, say, take this and expand on it. Is kind of what they're trying to do. I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd be down for them doing so. It seems like a lot of work, but I'd be down for somebody doing that in the team. Tell window history, chat history, timestamps. Yeah, people keep bringing up this. This is solid. It's the same guy that likes to buff everybody. I don't know when I buffed them or if I buffed them. I don't know when they sent me a tell. That's like the buff king over here. I do think that timestamps, though, would be nice. And just be able to toggle them on and off. Like, why not? It is nice to see a timestamp. Because, like, I look down at my chat sometimes, and I'm like, when did somebody ask that question? When did I receive that tell? You know? Thanks for the NM content. I'm hooked on the beta so far. How do you get the stats window behind you? There's a stats window behind me? Oh, those are just my real life stats. Yeah, that just appears above my head. No, I'm just messing with you. Open up your inventory with I, and then right here, anywhere in this section right here, you can right click, and then you want to pop out, or right now mine says hide mini stats, but you want to show mini stats. If you do show stats, it'll pull out this entire tab. If you do mini stats, you'll get this right here. And then you can, mine is scaled. I did the window scale maximum. It starts out usually like this size, like really small, but I maximize it so that you can, so you all can see it. Another thing that a lot of people don't realize, this window right here, the inventory window, you have a little tab, boop. And you can get rid of that. And you can, boop, bring it back in. People don't realize this is here. Like, this pops in and out. Kind of neat. Not that people really need to use that, but it's there for if you want to get rid of that window. Also, remember, you can edit the UI. You can edit your UI by going here, edit UI, and you can, like, your mini stats window, you can click on that and, like, make it bigger, smaller, whatever. So definitely check out the edit UI thing. That's new. It's actually not new. This right here, this little tab right here, that's been in for a long time. Just very few people know about it. That, and then this other one, which actually more people know about this, take your health bar, middle right click, middle right mouse button, and you can toggle through various little things on your health bar. So, anyway, new for you? Yeah. Most people don't know about those things. That's just something that I mean, it took me a long time to find them too. So, very long time. In fact, I didn't know about this one. Somebody had to tell me about that. But this one I figured out accidentally when I was going to click inventory one day. I accidentally clicked on this. I was on like a different tab. And I went up here to click it. My hand moved and I was like, wait, what? What the heck happened? And that's how I found out about that. It was just a complete accident. We're tinker with it later. Yep, absolutely. Tinker with it. Set up your UI. Yeah, you can do some crazy stuff with your, not crazy, but you can set up your UI to look, pretty cool. Like I like to show the grid and then snap to grid and then, put my, I put it down here. I put it right here, and then I put this one right there, and then save, and then boom. Now when I target myself, boom. Sometimes I'll put this one like here, but if I do that, it kind of blends into itself, so I don't like that. So I like to do it one over. Actually, this one I like to be over here, and this one over here. Save that, and I do that so I can see the little dragon. I don't know. I'm weird. I like to have things perfectly lined up, in the right places and whatnot. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Raid reintroduction thoughts. Uh-oh. Sure, you guys are already thinking through the direction of the raid game now. That the previous raid environment has been disabled, but I wanted to offer my 2 cents. I think the biggest issue wasn't the players. It was that there simply weren't enough meaningful raid targets. I would say that is part of the issue, yes. And that they were too easy. I think the bigger issue was that they were too easy. But yeah, I think that was part of it. But I'm going to read some of that because that's something that interests me a lot. Any raid discussion or end-game type of discussion I find very interesting. When too many guilds compete for too few objectives, monopolization and conflict become inevitable. Rather than solving that with additional mechanics, GM intervention, or eventually instancing, I'd love to see every existing raid encounter reintroduced as a true level 60 raid with approximately scaled difficulty and rewards. I would agree with that. So that would give us 7 raids. I'm not suggesting level capped raids. History has shown that the most competitive guilds simply park alts at the cap and continue monopolizing that content. We saw it with the Nagafen and Vox, and I don't think it addresses the underlying issue. It doesn't. It doesn't address it. Thanks for the guide to Platinum Badge. Just finished up with my monk. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, no worries. Glad to help out. I think that and the measuring stick are 2 of the items. That's why I made those particular walkthroughs, is I think they're very good items for everyone to have. It's just really nice to have on everybody. Instead, imagine a Quake where guilds have meaningful choices between bone constructs, whatever, undead dragon, etc. Many other level 60 encounters, each offering unique rewards. Not every boss needs best in slot loot, but every boss should be worth killing. Guilds would naturally disperse across the world instead of piling into the same 1 or 2 targets. This is literally the idea that they had going. I also hope in long-term direction is an instance or private raiding. One of the things that makes persistent MMO special is that the world is shared. Scarcity creates memorable stories, server politics, recognizable guilds, and inspirational goals. It's healthy for an MMO to have a stratified player base. Hang on. Was a bit rough to solo, but it's worth. The bins is a good source of income in these early levels. Yeah, it's fantastic. The bins is great. It is absolutely great. And I think they actually lowered the whatchamacallit. They lowered the faction requirement for that quest. But I can't confirm it. You had to get kindly to do it? Okay. Yeah, that might have been lower than what it used to be. I think in my video it might have said what you needed to get it to, but yeah, it probably changed. When the game opens in a few months, will everyone be starting fresh, or will you keep your current characters? Everyone is starting fresh. Yeah. These characters might go to like a PTR type of server. That's what the devs have said, that it might have a PTR server and they transfer these over just for testing purposes. But all the other servers will be, yeah, fresh start, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it would be kind of funny if they did a PTR server and gave everybody access to the PTR server, and that just became the most popular server because people already leveled up their characters. That would be actually really funny if they did that. So I don't know what their plan is with the PTR, but yeah. It is going to be a fresh start. I'm sure Nisha was called as playing redistributed raids. At the moment, I think their plan is focusing on generating content for leveling process. Yeah. Just sharing my point, which is the reason we're all here. To avoid monopolization is indeed to spawn everything at the same time. Yeah. I had an awesome time. Very cool. Better/friends system. Ogre classes feel random. Screw it, I'll make a feedback. Oh boy. Yeah, this is one of those things that people are going to agree or disagree with. I personally feel like every class should be able to be every race. There shouldn't be any type of mandatory races for certain classes. That's just my opinion on it. But everybody's going to have their difference of opinion on it. It's, yeah. Like, just because you play a certain race, why does that dictate what you can do, you know? I love Mimi sometimes. The Ogre Magi from Dota 2. Yeah. That's what that image was, right? I love Mimi sometimes is great. This is pretty much exactly what I was trying to gently warm against. Please talk about ogres and their classes and not about wokeness and politics. Oh, Mimi. Oh, my goodness. Mimi is a blessing to this community. But I agree. Like, we don't need to be talking politics. Like, let's just avoid that. Just avoid it altogether. We're playing video games, so we don't talk about real life stuff. Well, partly reason. Didn't they have like an ogre? Yeah, probably. Didn't they have like an ogre in Hearthstone as well, like that? That like two players could play it at the same time. I think they had that. Hearthstone was a fun game, man. Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, that's what I meant. Heroes of the Storm. Thank you, Westmort. I was thinking Hearthstone, but that's the card game, and Heroes of the Storm is the MOBA. Loot to the smallest bag first, possible first. I agree with this. Yeah, they need to swap the order. Let's see. Hopefully friendly reminder sprint system. The game is in development, and that's fair, but it feels like something that should be addressed before balancing certain things can really take place. Benefit, give purpose of stamina bar. Yep. Adding an element of strategy to movement. Yep. Reduce the necessity of SAO. Yep. Made moving around the world more fun. Yep. I agree. What is this? I'm looking forward to the update sometime in the future. They're not currently in the schedule, which adds stamina-based sprint. Yeah. So it's coming. It is coming, supposedly. We'll see. But they don't add or update or support it, right? I love that game, but hate it. Yeah, they don't update it anymore. It's Heroes of the Storm. They developed it, and then they stopped adding new content to it and completely stopped updating it and doing anything with it. And then they started recently doing more updates to it. So I still think they're doing a little bit of updates, but they're not, it's not a main focus or anything like that. Very, very small team. That's just more like bug fixes and some slight balancing changes and things like that. Yeah, they've been patching it lately. What Westmore's saying. They've been slowly patching it and getting some things to it. I don't know if they'll bring it back or not, though. Do you think they will release World of Warcraft Classic Plus at upcoming BlizzCon in September? Release it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know a lot of information about that, but I'm interested in seeing what they're going to do with World of Warcraft Classic Plus. Because I thought that was still a rumor. Did they confirm that it's coming, or is it still a rumor? Not released, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think they might announce something. Old Blizzard is dead. Yeah, Old Blizzard is definitely long gone. It's a rumor, but I'm curious. Yeah, I think I've heard the rumor as well. Yeah, I didn't think that they had officially announced anything. They might announce something though at BlizzCon. It's possible for sure. BlizzCon, I think, goes over Labor Day weekend, which is usually when I go to Dragon Con. So I always miss out on that stuff. Yeah, it's so much more corporate now. I think ever since the Blizzard Activision merger, and then now Microsoft buying that out as well or something, or Microsoft having part of that, like that, I think all of that, it just made it very corporate. And yeah, it's completely changed. Blizzard used to be, back in the day, basically Niche World's Cult. It used to be like that, where they just made fun, cool games. I mean, Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Warcraft 1, and StarCraft, and StarCraft 2, and all of that stuff, man. They were such good games back then. And then over time, they just kind of got away from it. And it's just very much corporate based. So, who knows? An actual Classic Plus with new content, all new zones revamped would be great. Yeah, I would probably play that. Sci-fi. I would probably play that. Like if they took the classic classes and they don't even need to change the gameplay, but give like new areas, new raid content, all that kind of stuff. I went back and played the what was the one that they did that like reimagined and it capped at like level 25 or 30 or whatever that one was called. I played that one for a few months and I had a blast playing it. Had so much fun. I wish my stream would have been popular back then, because I streamed it a ton, but a lot of bigger streamers were playing that, and very few people came in and hung out and stuff, and it could have been a blast playing that game with the stream and everything. Could have had so much. Season of Discovery, yeah, that's what it was. I played that for a couple months and had a blast doing it. I really had fun. Ever play Rock and Roll Racing? No, I never played that one. I didn't play that. I think I've heard of that, though. Sounds familiar. I played a lot of PlayStation 1 games, but I didn't play that one. Season of Discovery, didn't try it? Yeah, it was fun to me. I enjoyed it. I played it, did all the raids. I played a shaman. Like a tank shaman, actually, because they added that ability for shamans to be able to tank. Before it even came out, they're like, shamans being able to tank, here's the new abilities. I'm like, they're going to break this. It's going to be broken. And then we come to find out that, yep, it was way too strong. Shaman tank was probably the strongest tank. Microsoft laid off amazing community managers recently, people that worked in Elder Scrolls Online for 10 plus years. Yeah, it's starting to make me not want to have anything to do with Microsoft. And they now own Blizzard Activision, right? Didn't they acquire them like last year or the year before or something? Like not too long ago? Yeah, it's just rough, man. Just rough. Not too long ago? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Made me mad at them. I canceled my subscription and on a break. With Microsoft? Or like, are you talking about your Xbox Game Pass or something? Did you cancel that? Or what did you cancel? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Microsoft these days. They're not as bad as some of these other companies, but I'm just not a big fan of them. Oh, with Elder Scrolls Online? Yeah. Yeah. It's rough. We got to take a stand, man. That's how I look at it. We got to take a stand. If we don't vote with our pocketbooks, I don't know what we're going to do. That's why I'm against Daybreak right now. That's why I don't want to support any company that I feel like is just trying to make money off of you, right? Every company is trying to get money out of you. But I feel like when they force it and they're just like, nope, how can we make more money out of you? Like they're literally focusing on that rather than saying what like Niche Worlds Cult is doing is saying, we want to make a good game so that people buy it so that we make money. Rather than we want to make a game so that we can add features and charge people for it, right? Like those are two different train of thoughts. And yeah, the companies that are making games just so that they can add in a feature to sell you that feature, that just feels bad. Like, make a fun game and we'll play it and we'll buy it. Well, you can make tons of money. Like, how do you think Blizzard got off the ground? They made really, really good games. You know, and now they're a multi-billion-dollar corporation because they made good games. And that's really all we want, you know? It's pretty bad so far, yeah. Is that clicky on there? Do you know if it has to be equipped to get the clicky? Yeah, because that's going to make all your melee leather wearers want it, and then anybody that has charm is going to want it. Yeah. And it gives, I think, 10 charisma, which is nice for a clicky. All right, how we're gonna look at the stocks. How the stocks doing today? Anybody looked at them? I like to look at them once a day, sometimes twice a day, depending. I think they were going down today, though. Oof. Yeah, not looking good. Everything's down. Everything's down today. Oh, man, that feels bad. Wow. Feels bad, feels bad. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, what else can we read here? Sunken Resort items need to be better. Yep, that's Esar's post on that. Just toss the post in. Where'd you toss the post in? On this one? What is this? There are also clickies you can get by the time you go to that dungeon. Combat text when backstabbing with the stealth bonus with the should change when it's applied. You know what they should probably do? Change the icon. Like when you go into stealth, the icon for the backstab should just have a different icon that shows up or something. Or maybe like, I don't know, maybe the color of the background or the icon changes. That could be a way. You just toss one in the feedback ideas. Let's see. Feedback ideas. Oh, at the top? Might have to go back and forth. There we go. Speed buff on roads. Was this you? I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I think that having a 10%, 15% run speed buff when you're on a road is a good idea. Just to help with traveling, right? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good idea. I agree. You know, anything to kind of alleviate some of the everybody needs speed of the wild. Oh no, a road captain! I think it's gonna be my last round of mobs. After the next round, I need to head out. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. It's weird. Do 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 do. do 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 do. Alrighty. Stat priority for bards. Dex helps with playing instruments. Does it really? This is crazy. We're not getting very many new posts. Does wisdom affect our heals? I believe it does. But it's not supposed to, I guess, according to that. Interesting. I wonder if they're going to get rid of this. Items needed, reagents, pet reagents. Or are they going to add more reagents to the game? Do you watch the new Master of the Universe? I did not. No, I haven't seen that. Don't they have a an animated series as well on like Netflix? I haven't checked that out. I do want to, though. I was interested in it for sure. I loved He-Man and all that stuff back in the day when I was a kid. Absolutely loved it. I don't know the old one. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out. I have not seen it yet. I want to watch some of that stuff though. Animated series on Netflix is good. Is it? Yeah, I have to check that out. I've been meaning to watch it. I just haven't done it yet. Skeletor is voiced by Mark Hamill. Is he really? That's cool. I like Mark Hamill. I thought he was a bit too whiny as Luke Skywalker, but that wasn't his fault. that was more of a George Lucas thing. George Lucas is like, be whiny. Okay. But Uncle Ben, I want to go. I don't want to stay here. Like, oh my gosh. He's the best villain voice. He is. He's a pretty good villain voice. So yeah, exactly. That's why I say like Hayden Christensen was the same thing, and that was all because George Lucas just wants the Star Wars characters to be whiny, like I don't know. That's just the what he turned them into, and I don't know why. Anakin wasn't that way, luckily. I didn't feel like Anakin was, but when he got older, like young Anakin, but then when he got older, Hayden Christensen went right back to it. It's just like, if you're a Skywalker, you're whiny. Like, that's just who you are. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to wrap up the stream there. We're going to keep camping this, but I got to go get a haircut. So I think Vor and Gith are going to hold the fort down while I'm gone. I'm going to go... let's kill Malik. And then see if we get the vest. Fingers crossed, everybody. And then I'm going to go get a haircut and, yeah, get ready for my weekend. I can't wait. My buddy getting married. One of my closest friends. Known the man for 30-plus years. So, yeah. Really looking forward to it. I get to see a lot of my friends, too. I don't get to hang out with my friends very often that I used to hang out with. It'll drop now. You can feel it. We'll see. We will see. Wah, 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 wah. Let's see what we get. Destroyed vest. Bummer. But we did get the wrist. Did get the wrist. Anyway, thank you all so much for being here today. I know it was it's kind of a day. But I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around the same time, around 9 a.m. We'll be streaming most of the day tomorrow. And then I will be gone Saturday and Sunday. I will not be streaming over the weekend. And then I'll be back on Monday again for the wedding. So thank you so much. Do appreciate it. And hopefully I see you all next time. Bye.